Welcome to a very important, very special supercut of all my conversations with Matt Doughty, the creator of Glios, the president and founder of Onell Design. We've always waxed philosophical for many hours, and I thought I would combine all of these really brilliant, intelligent conversations into one long format, and it does clock in at over 4 hours, so I'm not going to spend much more time introducing the individual segments, but I will give you a brief rundown right now. The first conversation that you'll hear is on DeStasapod, and this happened February 22nd, 2019. The second conversation happened on 8/28/19, followed by conversation number 3 on 10/12/19, followed by we had a gap year in 2020. I believe the pandemic was raging at that point. And we came back, had our fourth conversation on August 10th, 2021. And then we will complete this wonderful supercut with a conversation between myself, Nikki Fung, and Matt Doughty. This kicked off Toy Pizza Con 2022, and I believe this took place on June 30th of 2022. So there's a lot of nuggets of knowledge in this 4-hour block, but I think it's worthy of a listen. Put it on in the background and have a little fun with it. I think it's pretty great. If any of this is new to you, check out patreon.com/Jesse DeStasio. There are scores and scores more of stuff like this for you to discover, and you can even join for free or kick up your pledge to $5 a month and get even more access to even more stuff. But I'm happy I put this together. I think it's important to preserve this sort of stuff, and it's very interesting to see the evolution of what we predict is coming out, and then our subsequent follow-up conversations. It's also worth noting the audio quality on some of these tracks is not going to match and not going to be ideal, but as with most of the stuff I do, I wanted to keep things real and gritty and conversational and not spend too much time, editing and polishing and things like that. I kind of present it with warts and all, and I think that's the best way to kind of absorb genuine content. So without wasting any more time here, go ahead and dig in and enjoy my conversations with Matt Doughty. Welcome, everybody, to the very most specialist DeStasapod ever. We have the man himself, the desert rat, the choriger, Matt Doughty, creator of Glios and Onell Design, and that, pretty much the reason we're here today. We're here on Patreon, we're here on Shopify, we're functioning on all these cylinders because of this man. So say hello, Matt.
Yeah, you're crazy. Just lucky. We're just lucky. That's it.
Agreed. I definitely think it. There's been several sort of lucky breaks for me at least, and I'm just glad I get to surf the wave.
Yeah, well, we've known each other for a spit. I was just talking to Mark about this. We talk about everything all the time when we're working together. Mark Baudet being the other half of Onell, and I'm the third of it. Michelle, of course, being, my wife, and we started everything together. But Mark and I work on the regular, so we, listen to tunes and talk about everything, and talking about not being anywhere without somebody. We'd be nowhere without Mark.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we were just talking about the old days, back, way back, because I met Mark in 2006, and you and I met each other in 2004.
I didn't know that. I thought you had known Mark much longer than me. Interesting.
No, I met you first, and way back when Michelle was actually pregnant with Katie when I went to my first San Diego Comic-Con, and I went out there with the the high hopes of meeting Takara, because I heard Takara was going to be there. Remember that when they were doing the whole thing where they were starting to think about Takara, tomato, but they were going to try to do some sort of Microman thing. So
I was actually probably in 2005. The next year they were for Jazzwares to be the sort of sales force for Microman's expansion into the U.S. So they put me as sort of creative lead on the project because I was the only person in the company who knew the brand. But at the end of the day, they just couldn't work out something that, financially made sense for everybody.
Yeah, I remember that you actually had called me during that time, and we had discussed me taking photography, doing the U.S. photography for their where their rollout was going to be, because you had seen the micro show in 2004,
right?
Which was that basically that old Microman remodeling project, the whole real type. I think you call it Future Perfect.
Yeah.
That whole thing, I was so obsessed with it, and as the story goes, I was working with Michelle's family, working on generators and driving around in trucks, and I would work at night after hours making customs, and learning, how to build things out of plumber's compound and radiator patch and nuts and bolts and whatever the hell I could find. And but I made that micro show sort of an act of passion, and then I had sort of dispersed it amongst the Micropolis Yahoo group. I know you and I have talked about them before, but they date way back when I first got on the internet for the very first time in 1998. I kind of quickly came into contact with this Yahoo group, the mail group, and they're a Microman enthusiasts, and now that group has turned into the Facebook Microman group, Micronauts group, But I always, I had such a passion for customizing stuff forever, and when I would read the Hobby Japans and all this stuff, I just always wanted to make my own little booklets, just for no other reason, just to do it. There was no intention of a professional career. There was no intention of anything. I just wanted to have this book that would chronicle all this weird shit I was making. And then it just happened to be that when I was working on it, Takara announces that they're going to be at San Diego. So even though Michelle was, I think that was in July. So she was about 7 months pregnant. Mm-hmm. And she was in there editing the thing, and we printed it at our local printing place that's now gone, like everything is. And I took it with a backpack with me, and Jesse Moore had gone. Jesse Moore, the creator of Call Groom, and one of my longtime best friends, and just a brother. He went because he wanted to break into comics. So I just decided at the last minute to go out. I crashed on his floor, did the whole San Diego thing. And I remember I was going to meet up with Jeremy Sung, mm-hmm. Jeremy Sung being the creator of, the Weaponeers of one of the creators of Weaponeers of Moncard and chief executive. Tribes. Yeah, Battle Tribes and the Armory sets, and an incredible artist, an incredible customizer, one of the early greats too, and still a great. But yeah. And now we're all blind and all,
For my part, I had sort of, I knew Jeremy through RTM, Raving Toy Maniac, which, around, 97, 98, I was very immersed in. This was really like early internet.
Yeah.
That was the first toy group I belonged to. And Jeremy used to send me, because he was in California, so he would get a hold of all these great candy toys and Japanese Gashapon and things like that, and he would send me these care packages that were just amazing.
That's so Jeremy, he's always such a generous guy.
Yeah.
It's his screen handles what Spy Magician.
Yeah.
And you guys knew each other, and then I met him, and then I was meeting up with him at was it the Art Asylum booth where you were working? What was it?
It was a play along / Art Asylum booth. Play Along had sort of just bought Art Asylum.
Yeah.
And so the branding was mostly Art Asylum. We were there promoting C2C, I think the brick line was called, and they had the DC license, so that
the Batman, like the Batman jet and all that. Yeah.
Bat jet. And then there's also Lord of the Rings mini mates, and then for Play Along's part, there was a Lord of the Rings Army of Middle Earth 3-pack. And I remember there were only 2 people in the entire company at Play Along that were action figure fans. Myself, and I was just an unpaid intern at that point, and then a guy named Deal Betts, who came from McFarlane and went on to work for Jakks Pacific and MGA. Wow. We were designated as the boots on the ground because we were the only 2 people.
You spoke the language. You spoke the action. I mean, you were painting those miniatures, weren't you, for Lord of the Rings? Weren't you doing were you doing comps then, or what were you doing there? I thought you had your fingers into that.
I think I eventually worked my way up to production coordinator. So okay. I worked as just a fixer for a guy named Rick Watkins, who's worked on a ton of great toy lines and is a really great product director. So I would basically, I knew everything about Lord of the Rings, so I would pull screenshots, I would touch up paint masters, I would coordinate with Gentle Giant, who did all the prototyping, and at that day and age, it was George Gaspar, Justice Joseph, Deb Moore, all of whom are, I mean, Gentle Giant doesn't really exist anymore. All of those guys have sort of gone on to much different stuff. But I would basically, I would just do whatever grunt work sort of came up.
Whatever they threw at you, you would do. Well, I mean, you were on the ball when we met too, and I mean, it was funny because Jeremy and I both had backpacks, and we were like, we decided to meet it. I don't know, we just never met in person, and then we started showing each other stuff.
Yeah,
and it was, and then we were sort of. I think it was because he had gone over to talk to you, and then I think it was a good spot to meet. You and I hit it off instantly. I remember talking to you because we just, again, the same language, the same kind of, like the bullshit the same. I think it was a look in the eye too, like a similar kind of passion for this stuff.
A glimmer, yeah.
Yeah, it was. But it was funny because you just, in general, I think you remember when you meet longtime friends that sort of become family. It's like, you and Bobby and Josh, right? Like when you guys, all you guys sort of, you know what I mean? Your groups that you meet over time, right? And then when you have a shorthand with your friends like that, and it never goes away. It's like you just pick up. I don't know. Yeah, and you have such a history that you spend a lot of time also remembering some bullshit that you did together or whatever it was. But sometimes when you meet somebody and you're a little bit older, so when you make friends and you're in, a lot of the friends men have, I think, in males in general, come from younger years. You know what I mean? It's just kind of noticed this, especially being married. Michelle keeps her acquaintances from when she was younger, but she'll make new friends over time, mainly because of children, right? So kids come into it, and then sometimes you become friends with other parents, and it's because of your children. But it's a funny thing because it's sort of it's this amorphous shifting thing, whereas males are like you dig in, and there's this, maybe it's not so much nostalgia, but it's like you're all aware of the same movie, which was your life together. So as much as like two 10-year-olds going to see Star Wars or something, and then that parlays into a summer hanging out, playing around, doing whatever. It's amazing how it echoes through the rest of your life. And you make friends later, but you don't make as many maybe deep friends later. But then again, I met Mark later in life for me, and you and I met a little bit later, so I was in my mid-20s. You were, goddamn, you were young as hell when I met you.
Yeah, I must have been. We're talking 2004.
Yeah.
So yeah, 24 years old.
Yeah, you're a young man.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, so I guess I was a little older than I'm thinking. I was more towards my 30s. But yeah, that was a great day, and it was funny because throughout that convention, you know, because I hooked up with Jesse Moore later, and we were just kind of, you know, looking around at things, and I talked to Takara. I gave him some books. I got all kind of psyched up like you get and then I met this guy John Chandler that had this line called the Scrumps. You remember that?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. He was at the Toy Tokyo booth, and Lev was over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's also the first convention I met the guys at Gargamel. I met Hitty at Secret Base. Had yet to meet Maury, and it was nuts. And I met my buddy Adam Middleton. I met Paul Lorfenpipe, who runs Micro Forever. You know, anybody who's into Microman knows that's the primo, still the best site ever. Just ran into so many guys that were at the genesis point of a lot of what became independent toys, you know, in a lot of ways.
Was that the year that mullet heads were sort of there? Do you remember those guys?
Yeah, what were they doing?
They were it was Achy Breaky Toys, right? And they sort of signed a deal with MTV for a Beavis and Butthead style cartoon, but they gave away they had to pause the merchandise rights, so they sort of, you know, shot themselves in the foot. And then but Jonathan from Achy Breaky Toys went on to form the Loyal Subjects, and you know, he sort of...
Oh man, talk about, you know, wow, that's, I mean, great success that they've had. I mean, just looking at the recent Toy Fair coverage over the last week and a bit, I feel so conflicted about so many things, you know, like about just the general vibe of it. There's so many incredible things, the stuff that's going on with, you know, Brian and Josh Super 7 is nuts. I mean, it's nuts. Yeah. You know, the two of them they're animals. You know what I mean? They really are. Their whole team is nuts. Really good. And they're working with Eric and the boys, you know, Four Horsemen and, you know, a multitude of other great artists. But, you know, I was just looking through all the different things that are coming out, and it's you know, I guess it's overwhelming every year, right? As a consumer, you look at it and go, holy shit, you know, this. But I think there's been a little bit of a schism, because it's almost as if these toy companies, you know, meaning, you know, the big boys and even the smaller size ones that are a couple notches above us, you know, all of us, they've sort of pinpointed that most younger kids and 10-year-olds and 14, 15-year-olds, that they're not buying toys anymore. And the market, it really is us. So
it's preschool, and it's us. And preschool is what these current toy aisles are stocked with at Target and Walmart. And then it's
well, you know, what's the fascinating thing about that too? It's and that's exactly perfect. That's the delineation, right? But where do you see anything new appear? Preschool. So, you know, Paw Patrol, all this, you see this just this wealth of new material coming out year to year in these departments, almost select and only. Whereas you go down a few aisles at Target and you're basking in nostalgia from top to bottom. And I know it's kind of with you especially, you know, you're a bit of, you know, you're always been sort of the avant-garde, you know, as you call it, you know, nostalgia is the low-hanging fruit. And in a lot of levels, I think that statement is true. At the same time, I think there's a way to channel it through your own creative prism that can also benefit everybody without being so over the top, right? So it's an itch that needs to get scratched at some point by a creator, I think. Whereas some people go in one direction, like, you know, Morgan with what he does, Sucklord, and he's really incredible on a lot of levels, and he's very, you know, transparent, and he's the way he is. But he's quite talented, but he likes to he sort of takes it to another level, you know. Whereas somebody else might like I was on eBay the other day and I saw those crazy figures coming out of Singapore, right? The droids unproduced figures.
Yeah.
You know, and they're crazy. I mean, they're PVC. They're making them, and then they made even the Boba Fett. That's the one that was on the back of the card that was the kit bash, right? They made that, and it shoots a rocket and everything. That's, you know, copyright infringement straight up.
Sure.
But does that, you know, so what's that? Where is that in the spectrum of things? But then I look at all the stuff coming out, the new Transformers, you know, that John Warden's down there, you know, shepherding in his great dream of these hyper detailed super Transformers that are fucking insane. Mm-hmm. I know you're not you cherry pick the Transformers, I know. But it's crazy to look at all these things happening, you know, and then is there really anything truly new for collectors that are in our age bracket? Really? I mean, there's not a whole lot at retail, right?
No, there's next to nothing, I would say. I mean, even
next to nothing.
If you look at somebody like NECA that has dedicated space at a place like Target, they make fantastic figures. I just went on I just did a video earlier today unpacking the Apone Kenner style figure that just arrived.
Is it good?
That's fantastic. But
looks awesome.
Even there with NECA's footprint, it can sort of only play in nostalgia, right? Because NECA's not introducing a generic or a creator-owned 7-inch hyper-articulated figure. It's all the films that we love and sort of grow up on, and all the language we speak. I'm not, you know, casting dispersions because they make fantastic.
No, but
products.
it is what it is. Yeah, it is. It exists for what its specific purpose that it serves.
Right.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because then you go to, you know, around the corner and you see the Treasure X thing, like Moose. Moose is an interesting company, right?
Yeah.
Just that on the whole, because clearly our counterparts are working there, and we know that a lot of our counterparts, meaning guys our age, our interests, are working in the Imaginext department.
Right.
We know that
for sure,
and we can see the sort of some things we'll do. I think will influence some things that will happen there. I think for a lot of people that collect toys, especially guys in their 20s that are coming up and learning all this stuff now, guys in their 30s know a good amount. Guys in their 40s know a lot because they've been around, right?
Right.
And then getting towards 50, maybe guys are starting to forget. but it's kind of interesting because it is a very finite world as far as who's actually making this stuff. You know, as far as like internally
there's not a unending well of toy designers that are in their 30s or 40s. It's it's like 12, maybe 20 guys,
and they're all multitasking or working together, you know, in unison to accomplish these things. And at Hasbro and at Mattel, and I think I think what they do at NEC it's remarkable, really, because even though their figures, you know, if you upon first glance you say this is the $35 thing or your $25 or $35 Predator or whatever they're making, it's really incredible that they're even making these figures at all, you know, and that they're so intricate and there's such a depth of engineering that goes into it. But plus, I think, you know, Randy's been at that how long? You know,
more than 10 years. I mean, he was.
Talk about you know, that's a person that's extremely competent, I think, at what he does. And you know, I've met him a few times over the years, but never at any length. But just watching what the year after year they put out, it's crazy. If you're into movie related collectibles, I mean, that's pretty much your pocket right there. Yep. You know, for what they're doing. And then they, you know, and then they have some cool video game things. I dig the Aliens vs Predator stuff, but I guess circling back, when you really look at the spectrum of what's available, Moose is an interesting company because I think that they're hitting on that other piece that we all. It's more. I think it's almost more authentic in a way to the experience of buying toys in the 80s than potentially buying a reaction figure, which is based on the nostalgic reflection of it. Whereas you go buy a Treasure X figure, or you buy one of the, you know, the trash pack or the these kinds of figures, or the grocery gang figures like the biomechanical pizza. These things they're an actual experience that is analogous to that, you know, like when you would go in and see it and be like, what the fuck is this? You know, it's like you go into a toy aisle and there was no toy fair for you to see. There was nothing. There was no Tow Marts when you were a child. There were no Lees. There were no toy fairs. It was like you went in, and it's not like this is the first conversation, but it is relevant because we're toy makers, which is why I think the sense of mystery that both you and I like to enjoy when we do releases, there's a reason for it. And I think it does allow sort of a creative voyage versus just telegraphing every last thing. And that's sort of where Toy Fair is like. Remember when we used to go there with Beantown? We did it for 3 or 4 years. And that's when you and I really got to connect, because we come and hang out with you during that time. And you know, and I remember when you pitched Recklin and Aves in that meeting with that lady who was working on the Gotchaman stuff or whatever. And I mean, you were always looking. Yeah. She had a crush on you. But I remember you were always looking out for us, even though you're younger than I am. You always were looking out for us. You know, I never forgot that. I appreciate it to this day. That's why I always try to do anything I can to, you know, look out for you too, and whatever you do. But I remember those days because we were you'd been in the industry longer than I had. Mm-hmm. So when I came into it, I literally walked off a fucking, you know, a farm. Right. You know what I mean? It's like I came out of a blue collar existence, driving trucks around with my brother-in-law from 6 to 7 at night, moving generators, you know, smashed hands, scars, you know, the whole thing. That was, and it was a good living. It was hard, but you sort of said, hey, here's Matt Connolly working for McFarland. Here's this guy. Here's Brock. You know what I mean? We would all kind of hang out, and it was fun. I mean, great memories of that time. But it was an education. So even then, you started to see the veil fall away from what the industry kind of is and still is. It's amazing, but it's so hinged upon these swinging gates, you know, and again, like if you see something at retail now and it legitimately surprises you, that's just such a rarity. But I think in so many ways, all these nostalgic grabs, they're not in effect doing the thing that these other companies that maybe a guy who collects 6-inch figures doesn't give a shit about. Right. But I can guarantee you that Jeremy Sung loved the Grocery Gang. Yeah. You know what I mean? He got it. You know what I mean? And other guys that collect, you know, who are in like minifigure collectors, they go nuts for this shit because it's cheap, it's accessible, and it's refreshing. Yeah, because I think you're 100% right, Dave. Really, Moose are probably in a league of their own in terms of creating the same experience we had when we were kids, and that also means the price point, right? Because the price point. I was talking earlier today about, you know, you walk into Toy Works and Kenner Alien figures are $3 for $5. It's like, gee, that's a great day, you know? Oh, it's a great day. And I think you're 100% right. Moose have, you know, they've done a really good job of synthesizing that and not having to lean on a license or make it all about the style guide. You know, it's internal. You know, the other big line for many years that I really loved was Ben 10, and that was like what an excellent connection, you know, between what the source material was and what Bandai was able to put out, because Bandai went bonkers. I mean, they really went crazy. There were so many scales and so many variations, and the line was reborn multiple times every time the show would be renewed. And now Playmates has it. Yep, I just picked up that tiger-looking figure, which a Wrath. That's Wrath. Looks a ton like the race called the Gars, which were sort of the wild antagonist to Cray. That's perfect, right? So now why do I sense a tiger-headed expansion pack in our future? I love it. That'd be great. Those figures, are nice, and it's kind of it's always a little bit painful when I see creators take a new spin on, like this recent incarnation of TMNT. I love it.
Yeah.
You know, I saw the show. It's funny as hell. It's especially funny if you have kids in the 10 to 14-year-old bracket because of the technology, because of fucking, you know, screens.
Right.
And they're the guys who are making it, you know, they clearly understand kids now.
Right.
And I like that it's weird. I like that it's fucked up, you know, and I like the toys. You know, and actually the Pizza Point thing, those figures actually look even cooler. It looked like they had extra paint on their hands and their weapons. And did you get that?
I did, yeah. It just arrived a few weeks ago. Sadly, it's still sitting in the box, but I did. I separately picked up the Michelangelo, and I just think construction-wise, it's the best version of the Turtles. Like,
yeah,
you can
wicked.
make them sort of compact. You know, the arms sort of sit in between the shells in a really compact and tight way, and it, you know, I think it's really it's quite a marvel.
Yeah, this super nice, and the Ben 10s share that construction aesthetic in that quality, that build quality. I mean, I was out with Cece like last week, and my youngest, and she's 10, and we decided to go on a little quick loop. We call them loops up here, right? So we go on a loop, and I don't get to loop as much as we used to like to, because when we get close to a launch, or, you know, especially with CNY, but CNY afforded us like an extra week of a little family time, and we went on a loop, and we ended up we hit a GameStop, and we hit a Walmart, you know, the usual pedestrian things. But we were in a Walmart, and I came across the Kevin 11 Hot Shot. Like, it was a new figure. Yeah. And I don't watch the show anymore, but I always look at the figures. But it was like, basically it was a Kevin 11 version of Heat Blast. And it was like, you know, your classic anti-hero. It was super nice. So I picked it up, and then we got the bots. I don't know if you picked up any of those, the Transformers new small.
Yeah. I bought a pack.
I mean, they're great. I mean, both girls like it. I love them. I think there's some ingenious things happening there, and I mean, looking back, this will be the time period where people were into like Shopkins and bots and, like, you know, all these little knick-knack things that I think sort of was ushered in by Squinkies. You remember Squinkies? Oh, yeah. Those were phenomenal. I don't like that really squishy material personally, but I love what they did. You know, I think it opened up that was Toys R Us was still around. Those things were getting churned out. And I think when they started doing more licensed stuff, that's when I wasn't as interested. I guess that sort of happens to me. I like it when it's just...
It's sort of that, you know, when they start doing Neon Ninjas and G.I. Joe, it's like, it's a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, and it gets a little strange, and it sort of brings us in a long shot, you know, mega loop back to sort of what we all do. And this is kind of why sometimes when I see, you know, a new take on something sort of get lambasted, you know, blown to shit online or something, like people don't like the Turtles because it's this way, or they don't like this version of this or that. I totally get it. You know, people are very, very precious about the things that they love, and there's a real focus on things being just so when it comes to these nostalgic properties. You know, do you remember? I think, didn't Paul Bunditz have something written on his wall that said, "Nostalgia is the enemy of creativity"? Is that what he had painted in the Kid Robot offices for years? I swear I read a book once that somebody had pointed that out, that he was really against taking anything from the past.
It could be, but it's highly ironic that now he's on the scene again with Jankies, which is
with your Dunnies,
a rehash of Dunnies.
This is kind of why I bring it up, because you always got to be careful what you say. I guess we all say stupid shit. It's human nature, but it's in this industry. You got to watch out what you say too, because you will inevitably be forced creatively to visit every nook and cranny the longer you last.
Yeah.
So if we're we started in 2007, July 2007. San Diego Comic-Con was the first time we ever sold Faden. And we sold it in a box. And I remember standing there. We tried to do everything the traditional way. We had ads that we paid for in Lee's. We did promotions. We sent out samples. I tried to do wholesale, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
And I remember thinking, because remember when that stuff first came in, it was crap. It was good plastic, terrible finish.
Right.
So I mean, back then you had to order 1,500. Like you'd have to order 1,500. So I had 7 styles that I ordered between 1,200 and 1,500 of. Right. So we had phase fade in, standard fade in, gears edge fade in. Then we had standard Exilus, hyper Exilus, Aves Exilus, and reverse Exilus. And they all showed up on a pallet. No air freight, no FedEx back then. It was on a big ass pallet via ocean. And I remember going out there, cutting it open, because it was I think maybe a week before San Diego, where we had paid for the table and we were going to do this whole thing. And we had been there for years in Artist Alley selling Gears Edge books and Recklin and Aves urethane figures and stuff. This was the first time we had moved down to the other section, which what became where everybody ended up.
That was a good area for a couple of years. Let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
I think listeners would probably want you to back up and explain the jump from handcrafting these figures out of urethane or scrap metal, and then how you took the step to be in the manufacturing game, because I think that's what not a lot of people know. Yeah.
Well, especially I think with the folks that because we've had sort of divergence in some of our shared fan base too. You've got a lot of new guys that aren't necessarily into our aesthetic, but might appreciate the history of the correlation between our sort of lines, and I love meeting new people and seeing new people pop up too. It's so great that there are still guys that are into different things. Mm-hmm. The guys that are into your stuff, that are into our stuff, they're into Jeremy's stuff, they're into John's stuff, that are into Marty's stuff. These guys are like us, you know what I mean? You find that they're quite similar in a lot of ways, right? For sure. There's a certain level, this similar kind of viewpoint too, and they build in a similar way, or they're creatively inspired in similar ways. And I feel so lucky that, and I love when a new line starts to flourish. Now you've had such a growth in the past year, right? Meaning 2018.
Since November, really. That's when everything's skyrocketed.
Really picked up the pace, and it's great because these guys, I think they relate to you too, because you're a transparent person. You're a fearless person, and you're way more creative than I think most people know too, that are just getting to know you through the line too. You really do have so much to bring to the table. You're a rascal too, but you really mean what you do, and I think it's a really great thing to see. Just as a side note, I love seeing you engage people like this, because I will never forget meeting you with a backpack on, you know what I mean? And you were behind the table. We were all just sort of like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And then fast forward to now, all these years later, and we're discussing a history of making things. Because anyway, I like to go on tangents. So I'll go back to this. When I first started, I have always made things, always, since I was a kid. My first real breakthrough thing where I realized I like to build things physically, because drawing is my first love.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys who end up in the toy industry want to be comic book artists, right? Present company included. So I love to draw. I love to draw as a kid. I'm 45 years old, so I was prime target in the 80s. I grew up, my folks separated when I was 9. I moved to Massachusetts in 1980 from Maine. And I always drew, and I always built models. I used to build World War II models with my father. I loved World War II stuff, and I loved cowboys. Love those westerns, and I obviously love Star Wars, Micronauts, the whole 9 yards. Like I'm your generic, classic, almost boring jackass who loved all that shit. And I had cowlick, crooked teeth, and fucking dead right eye with glasses, and I got bullied. So like this was my young life. So I loved all the stuff. Was a latchkey kid. Started building stuff out of twist ties in my mom's medical tape, because my mom worked a few jobs. My father moved out. My mom took 2 jobs and put herself through school.
These would be the twist ties from grocery stores, right?
Yeah, the grocery store. So I sort of, my sister and I sort of were together a lot. Megan, she's 3 years younger than me, and we grew up sort of, my mom would work hard. We'd see my dad's every other weekend. Your classic 1980s. People will be writing more books about this later on. We're in our 50s.
Yeah.
A lot of creatives have a sort of superhuman focus, because maybe it's because we weren't raised traditionally, for you, for me.
Yeah, we were sort of left to our own imagination and devices for a lot of basic stuff that I think a lot of people, had taken care of and took for granted.
Yeah, totally. And I think we learn to self-soothe. My mom puts it that way. She said I never said the words "I'm bored" when I was a kid, and I have, my eldest never says it. My youngest, oh yeah, she says it every 10 minutes.
Sure.
But I was never bored, and I kind of enjoyed just having time. So it was like I love music. It's the other big love of mine. I play piano and mess around with whatever the hell I can get my hands on. I love those things in conjunction with each other. So drawing something while listening to music, and then maybe taking a break and doing twist ties or playing piano, or just screwing around or whatever, and eating some spam, so whatever. But this was our youth. And then the TV was always on. I had the TV on constantly from time I got home till the time I went to bed, which was crazy late. I've always been a late night person, even since I was a child. So I would watch the 8 o'clock movie, then the 11 o'clock news, and then whatever the hell else was on after it. The entire time I was drawing.
Mm-hmm.
So my dream was I loved toys so much. I loved Snake Eyes, Snow Trooper, Storm Shadow. I loved that scale. I love Muscle, Guts. I love He-Man too, but He-Man was. I loved early He-Man. That was the jam for me. I never watched the show. You know what I mean? Like, I was into the toys and the weirdness of them. But G.I. Joe, man, in Star Wars, in any Kenner shit, that was the best. In Battle Beasts, obviously, that was later though. That was in the late 80s. And then, in video games, that was a big piece of it when those things came around. But anyway, all of it sort of became a creative cocktail that steered me. So the other massive thing was comic books. So I was in this cycle of, my survival cycle was to just somehow be involved in this stuff all the time.
Right.
But I always was messing with my toys. So I was taking them apart, unscrewing Joes, putting tin foil armor on them. And then I realized, because I had to do my chores, put the trash out, that these little twist ties were like an armature. So I started messing with them. It started out with like wraps that went around guys' arms, and like, Snake Eyes would get like a cuirass and like an armored top and like a weird giant arm, right? Those weird giant arms ended up a theme. Like
the Nirasawa sort of symmetry.
Yeah. And it's that's why, and it's funny, Nirasawa being this, well, he was, he's gone now, but this left-handed genius, and it's just, but it was, I got an assignment when I was in 4th grade that I had to do a book report in like a diorama, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing something on nights. This is why I love when we did the old night, I lost my mind.
Yeah.
Because it's such a classic, cool thing, a suit of fucking armor, right? It's just, what kid doesn't want a suit of armor?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, because it protects you, you're safe inside of it. There's a theme there that goes a little deeper, but it's, for whatever it is, it just looks damn cool. So I got a bunch of twist ties, and I went to the supermarket with my mother, and I would take those little bricks of them, and they weren't as available back then though. So I would get them I was going to my friend's houses. It wasn't many. I had like 2 friends, and I'd take them home, and I built this diorama, and I built like 40 twist tie guys, and I figured out this little system of making them.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was the genesis point that carried things to this day, because I started to just want to play with them.
Yeah.
And so
that's
I
really
started
interesting, right? Like there's nothing as captivating as the stuff you make if you're doing it right, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, because it's an intrinsic motivation to make more that comes from the fact that you can. You don't have to wait for your ride to the store. You don't have to walk across the highway to get your Next Man issue. You can just go in the kitchen and build shit out of tinfoil, medical tape from your nurse mother, and, twist ties. And this is what I did. I mean, I still have a lot of what I built back then. And I would name them. And that's where my weird naming system started back then. And because I would have to get weirder and weirder because they would all kind of look alike. So I started changing them. Right. Then they started getting bigger. And then one birthday, my longtime friend Nick, I've known him since I was 7, known to this day. His mom was a creative, and Nick was too. And he still is an incredible artist and musician. And Nick's father was he was that guy you meet when you're young who can draw anything and knows a Harvard alumni, World War II vet, an older father. Mm-hmm. Stuart, his name was Stuart Krantz, and he was buddies with Peter Gabriel, wrote a bunch of books in the 70s. Just unbelievable guy. Like when I would be working, Nick and I would work Stuart did work for digital at the time. He was a consultant, so they had decent cash flow. We didn't have so much on our side of the town. So when I would go there, you would get this, incredible kid had every fucking toy. It had all the Britons. He had
the kids with the Ewok village and the USS flag.
That's it. And he has like an aquarium in his room and some a double bunk bed made of oak, and it was awesome because it's the other side of the tracks. I just loved it. I always kind of liked just being alive. So I'd go over there. It was kind of like going to the show, and his mom would take us to Mr. Big Toyland in Waltham, which is like a legend. If you look it up online, if anyone, that's where that was this sort of central place in Massachusetts that people got Shogun Warriors, and we had Force 5, Jim Terry's Force 5, Vanguard, Ace Grandizer, Star Avengers, all that shit. But anyway, I would go over there, and like Stuart would come in and watch me and Nick draw, and he would be like, the scapula is not attached this way, and you need to come in here, and then the lumbar, and and then he would all of a sudden be telling us about Greek history, and then the next thing he's drawing crazy shit all over the page, and it was great memories, and these people are all gone now. His father passed away years ago, but it leaves an indelible mark, creative mark. To have a good mentor is a really important thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I was lucky that he was there. But and I digress. His mother, Nick's mother, gave me this giant. Apparently, they made twist ties and rolls for gardening. So it was double, triple the size thickness in a damn spool. Can you imagine my insanity when she gave me this thing?
That's like, it makes me think of like these current day sort of resource and construction video games like Minecraft or Ark, where you hit a vein of gold or diamond in a cave, and it's just
and then the next thing you're going crazy for 17 hours, like not eating or sleep. It's that's like playing Zillion with a friend. You know what I mean? Like there's just the magic to discovery, right? That's a very important word right there. Discovery. Yeah. I think almost more than anything, even more than necessarily innovation, discovery is what I think we lack a lot of now creatively. Not saying our little world, but out there, the big boys. Discovery, because they're already on settled ground. I
Right.
think things that people might not like all the aesthetics of Glyos in general, and they might think it's Happy Meal fucking toys. They might say this or that. I've heard every goddamn thing you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But what we are not is unoriginal.
Right.
And there's a discovery process with each thing that we put out. Each maker is important. Each maker brings something special. Each has their own story. And each one of those people share something intimate with the person that's purchasing it on the other side. Even though we don't have the orthodox system of going to buy it at the store.
Right.
You really get something better. You're buying it from the people that made it, and they're sending it to you from their hands to yours, and you can do what you want because it comes apart and goes back together. That simple operation, that simple system allows for things to come together. As stupid as it is, it comes together, comes apart, but it's a discovery every time. So even if you have the same figure, someone else makes a figure, they pop those pieces on there. It's so simple, but that element of discovery is also why I think we survive. And we're very small. We're all really small operations. I mean, 2-3 people operations.
Yeah.
Some guys are single operations, but this is very unique. What's been going on for the past 12 years with all this stuff. It's very, very, very unique. And it honestly is truly unprecedented to have a collective of artists that work together without legal bullshit.
And still
and
work together.
And still work together and help each other. I mean, people out there understand the things that you do for people personally, the things that you do for your friends, your family. You lend your high IQ to figuring things out that other people can't. And you're not afraid to ask for assistance when you need it. But you always are looking out, and it's just being a good friend, but also just being a good fucking person. You look out for somebody or you try to help them. And there's been a lot of times, I know you are getting it more and more now, where you meet people that are coming up the line.
Mm-hmm.
They have a dream, they want to make a toy, they want to do something. And I listened to the previous one about whether Glyos is a benefit or a bane or a boon for making an action figure line. And I think for some in some regard it can be a bane, but I think more than anything it's a boon, in only that it depends on the person. And you said, and that was the sort of the caveat, right?
Yeah. Well,
it depends on the person.
I think there's a point of clarification here. I feel like people need to hear no to see who rises above that.
I agree 100%.
And I do think 100%. In going back and listening to that Glyos specific podcast, it is a very negative and positively, and like a skewed sort of take on it. And consciously or subconsciously, I think my goal is people need to be challenged more rather than assume they can rest on the laurels of the world you've built. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we always are in the same mindset with it. I think sometimes the truth hurts.
Yeah.
It does, right? I mean, it does.
This is what Nate Olson, formerly of Frederator, calls being the benevolent crusher of dreams. And you have to do that in order to make people really great, because Nate would deal with hundreds and hundreds of animated pitches, including my own. And his job was to be the benevolent crusher of dreams and tell people no, so that they come back with something better and something undeniable.
Yeah. I mean, it is how it happens, because the drive is what will see you through to the years ahead. There's so many people that can write better, draw better, sculpt better, do everything technically better or at a higher level than things that you and I are doing.
Yeah.
But what they aren't, they're not us. So they don't have that history and that drive. It's the drive that separates these two worlds. It is an endless parade of talent out there. There really is a shit ton.
Yes.
And now with, people are able to sculpt digitally, and they're coming up. They're never even touching shit. They just go right into sculpting digitally.
Right.
And they're incredible illustrators, but there's something special. It's just like, it's quite similar to music, the world of music. There's just something where it's so personal. It's so insanely intimate, your relationship with your creativity, that it's a synthesis, but at the same time, it's like, it's just, you can't stop. And maybe it's almost like a neurosis, or, it doesn't matter what anybody says to you. And if you get a mentor, you're lucky. I mean, Ron Daly is the guy that taught me how to do, professional sculpting. Mm-hmm. I could never pay him back enough. I mean, I wouldn't. He's another person that, without him, that we wouldn't be talking like this. I would have gone and done some other thing. But his expertise and his quirkiness and his ridiculous talent, he lent that. He was generous with that, but he was also hard ass as shit. Mm-hmm. He wasn't like, he would look at it and say, I'd bring a sculpt and he'd be like, well, the face is good. I don't know what you were thinking with this, this measurement. It's garbage, And then like the next time I go in, he would make a buck for me on the mill, because the guy was a mill master, like Bridgeport. He would knock it out and then say, this is what I want you to use when you're going to put your puppy shit on there, and like, it was I'm a New Englander, so we bust balls. It's right. What you do. But it was funny because this is what he would say. And I said, okay, you're right. It's hard to say that when you have pride and you're human and you've been drawing and you think you're okay at stuff, and then you meet somebody, and then that's what I think you're talking about, is where someone says no. They don't instantly say, yeah, come on in, take a shit in the fireplace. You know what I mean? That's not how it is. There needs to be some resistance to spark that fire, to keep it stoked. Yeah. Because I've seen it myself. I know you've seen it. I've seen it for years, where I'll meet people at conventions, and so there's a lot of good people out there, but there's also a lot of frustration, right? I mean, there's probably more frustration creatively than anything.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, all the people that have their comic, their idea, their toy, their story, I mean, it's, at least in the spectrum of the internet, they can share it. That's fantastic. But a lot of it comes and goes. I mean, we saw a lot of it actually in the early days of Glios, back when the October Toys Forum was in full effect. I mean, that was like a meeting place for everybody. And that was for us anyways. 2012, 2013 was sort of the high watermark for what the community was when we did this, right? So there were dozens of guys that made their own customs. It was incredible, and they were all super talented and super good guys, but they all had their own personal sort of demons that they would also contend with, like the rest of us.
Right.
And so they would have their time in the sun and move on. But what makes somebody last? I don't really know what the hell it is, but I think it's because you're like, it's like the Terminator. It will not stop until the job is done, and then you're on. You're on.
It's definitely that hunter-killer instinct, but it's also part of it, for me at least, is balance. Like, if the toy thing ends tomorrow,
you have a life.
I have a life, and I have, I can do other things. And I think also having a level of disdain for what you're doing sort of keeps you fresh and from becoming insular with it.
It's true. It's funny because I used to, for years, I was hot on that blog. I would try to post as much as possible.
Yeah.
And then I enjoyed it, but like, we would do these lists, and the lists were daunting. I mean, guys don't understand, like, and it sounds stupid, but like, creating a list multiple weeks ahead of time, doing all your math, getting everything right, anticipating nothing gets fucked up when it shows up. it became something that I
The
hated
menus you're talking, drop menus.
Yeah, the drop menus, and I became I came. It was stressed me out, but I came to loathe it because I felt like we were, because then then the comments would be like, Matt, oh good, I'm glad that I saw that. I don't give a shit, like, because people were. It also people get used to it. They take it for granted, and I'm sitting here doing this stuff. I don't really want to. I don't want to. I just want to
work.
and I like to. I like the power of the creative moment. I don't like canned shit. I don't like fake shit. I hate it. And I it's like an instant send me the other way. So what really kind of set those menus down the toilet is I got a kidney stone in 2015, right prior to one of our December launches. And that was honestly, I had a minor stroke that almost killed me. I had an aneurysm when I was 12. I know I've had some pain. I've had migraines. Like I'm sure people out there listening to this have all faced some sort of wretched shit in their life. That physically, mentally, you name it. Creatives go through it, right? And we have a very creative group of guys that do all this and are interested in this stuff with us, right? But I passed those kidney stones. I passed 3.
Jesus Christ!
It was so.
Talk about a surprise drop.
There he is. It was so painful, man. It was like it's strange, but it shook me out of a place. 2015 was kind of a weird year for me with Glyos, and I was drifting apart from what I loved about it, and I was feeling weird pressure, and we had sort of an exodus we had lost a lot of customers in 2014 when we rolled into that year, and I just was sort of like, and that's when the prices went up drastically in China, and I was having issues with that, and I just was feeling like a little bit bummed, and then we had a tremendous winter, so like it was just, I just was like, fuck this, and then it changed over, and I said I'm gonna do things a different way. I'm gonna concentrate on making every single launch as juiced up and as loaded as possible. I'm not gonna worry about the budget on tampos. Right. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want without any hesitation anymore. And if it dies, it dies. Right. In from 2016 to 2017 to 2018, we had steady increase in sales. They went from going down to going up, and then I just said screw it. And I just focused on taking the photos, focused on really making each physical toy something I thought was special, pushing it and building new sets and building new things. And I found the fire again, and it took a physical implosion. Yeah. For that to revolting. So I always feel like I pissed out, the blockage, the creative blockage went out of me. And then I felt reinvigorated. I felt like a freshly paved highway as well, but I felt reinvigorated, and then I felt that way ever since. And I made it a point to try to expand the line, and made the decision to do the Vilser, made the decision to do a couple of these other things we're working on, and fucking go for it. And I felt so much better since I stopped trying to satisfy a vocal minority that never really enjoyed what we were doing anyways outside of their own controls, and that really helped. And then we also were able to, suddenly things started to expand again, so other lines started to come into focus. So Battle Tribes, Galaxor, Biomasters, Bitfigs in 2016 came about. 2017 we got Warlords of War, the Zullen came in. Last year we had Mega Merge, PJ's figure, 1,000 toys. What I mean? It's like and it's a hockey stick. And in 2015 was actually one of the lower years of new production stuff. So it's like it's almost like we were at a precipice of potentially maybe not being able to do it the way we wanted to anymore. But the risk and the drive, that's what did it. And I sense that in you. And it's kind of funny when we look back at the Knights of the Slice, and the whole Kickstarter. You remember the whole thing? Like, we weren't even sure we were going to do bios with the stuff, even during the Kickstarter.
Did not know when we
didn't know. Yep, and it wasn't even really part of it. And then we got talking about it, and then if I remember right, I think it was like that was like the beginning of 2015. It was the beginning of it that year that you did that. It was like, I want to say it was January or February.
Yeah, it ended in February. So yeah.
And then I think you ended up shipping the goods like it was around October.
Correct.
And then Hastings was until 2016, and I think Hastings was at the beginning. Hastings was in almost a year later from when the Kickstarter ended, right? Almost. It was like, it was January.
I think we shipped Hastings at the same time,
and then they went up for sale. Like, didn't they go up for sale at the beginning of 2016? Was when
they did not get them out as quick as they could have or should have.
Yeah, but I remember there was a whole thing. Yeah.
The whole Hastings thing imploded. They went out of business, and it couldn't stop the line. But we're at the hour mark, so this is probably a good place to put a pin in it.
Oh, shit. Well, so much for the fucking... Hey, but it was fun, man. I always love shooting shit together.
So we will circle back for part 2. You will finally answer my question about how you made the jump from handmade to the assembly line. We can talk about Hastings. We got, this will be the first of many, obviously.
It's a deep well. Well, I hope I didn't, go too off the rails too bad.
That was perfect. So the only thing left to say is pizza out.
Okay, DeStasapod, we're here in the bunker with the one and only Matt Doughty, and today, what I'm going to ask you is, what is the future of what we do, and is it 3D printed and done all entirely in our respective garages? What do you think?
Of course, you're going to lay that one on me like that. I mean, inevitably and eventually, the 3D printing aspect will play a huge part in how we probably get the toys that we love. I don't know as it'll ever replace completely Target and Walmart in China, or what will probably be Vietnam at some point. Probably won't be too much happening in China. But if you're in this game, getting into printing now is smart, and and we're probably 5 to 10 years away from technology where the strength of these items. I mean, they're already, the stuff you're printing is pretty strong.
Yeah, the UV printers have sort of, it's leaps and bounds from filament printing. I hated filament printing. I stayed away from it completely.
Because the snapping and the tolerance issues, and I love all of that, the tech and where it's going, and guys like Dave White and Ben Minenberg, Sanjeev, the stuff that they do they were all so far ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
with all of it, and David actually was just out here not too long ago, and we were talking about, it's him going into some kind of production, going over all the ins and outs of what to carry over from. It's kind of an interesting side conversation about it, because if you made your mark doing printed figures,
right, what
do you carry with that over to production? If you do production,
right,
scale, articulation, all these things. But what happens then? Do you eventually go? So you start in printing, then you go to full production, then you're supplementing your figures with printing.
Yeah.
So it's a hybridization of these different things. It's most likely the reality of what it's going to be. So if you make a buck figure in China, or eventually maybe Vietnam or even India, wherever it ends up, in putting the time in to make a figure that's sort of compatible with different parts, and then you, over in your store, you have sort of the on-demand deal, like a t-shirt, kind of like how t-shirts have become this on-demand thing. We always end up in this sort of situation where it becomes the have it your way thing. We've talked about this before, but it's what all the fast food places end up at. Remember back when we were kids, it was like it was sacrilege to ask for Big Mac sauce on
Yeah,
your fucking,
didn't
you
happen.
know, your cheeseburger. And I was always the kid who would, you know, can you put this up? What are you talking about? You want a Big Mac, you get a Big Mac, asshole. Now it's like, you know, they'll give you whatever you want. I want 2 pieces of meat with bread in the middle with 8 sauces on it. They'll, yeah, sure. You know, and I'll put 2 white slips on it and fuck
Please
it up.
just don't go to Taco Bell, whatever you need.
Yeah, so they get, it's in our nature to sort of customize and tweak and fuck with shit, from cars to food to our phones. Phone really is but I want, you know, you got to think like we get to the point where you offer a buck figure on your site. If there's ever anything even left after the next shifts, you know,
of course there's going to be the Mad Max Wasteland, but I still
so
I
as
still
we're
plan
on
on
the way
making
to
toys.
that, before you get the shoulder pad.
I will be making and selling toys under the reign of Lord Humongous, and I subjugate myself to him.
Leave the PVC. But that's the sort of I think it's a cool thing to do. It's also kind of a funny thing because that's where we started. We started, Ron showed me how to do it. He made these great molds. I learned to cast different ways, and we cast these figures and we put them out. And then we it's funny because you always end up at a certain level where the indie guy is presented with what the mainstream guy ends up doing.
Right.
John Kent would tell these stories about craft services, and he tells this great story about how he worked in these indie films, these crazy, absolutely crazy indie films. Mm-hmm. And he worked with this good buddy of his, and they would make these, and John would produce it. So John was the guy that was, you know, going to the airport to pick up a guy to come in, or setting up a thing, and he's great with logistics. But he would tell these stories about how they would try to, as their productions got bigger, they were very indie, and then they had to, almost like they started having to have like a craft service sort of situation where, and then he's like, this is how it happens. Everybody starts as an independent, and they end up either becoming the system that they shunned because they have to because of success, or they go totally fucking pariah and they're Unabomber in the fucking woods. Right. And so
craft service being the marker for when you cross over.
I think that's kind of, it's sort of like when you hit that point where you have this sort of sub level of something to support what you're doing, your main thing. Then maybe that's a measure of success to a certain degree, but it's also sometimes the harbinger of doom. Yeah. Because it's the jump, right? It's the jump from having that success to the next stage. And some people cap it. They cap their success. Mm-hmm. I mean, to a great extent, we cap our success here. Yeah. We capped it. So we had the opportunity to go to a maybe higher level, meaning penetration into markets that, you know, would have taken Glass in a different direction. Investors that had offered to come in, and I even
bigger toy companies with interest,
and then licensed properties, and it was either do that, travel more, work even more hours, or raise my kids at home and then cap it and have full control in the small pond, and we're sort of just a phantom fish in a small pond, and then someone like Flynn, who starts in a similar pathway.
Brian Flynn of Super 7,
in a exceptionally intelligent person, in a tough fucker. You know, he said, "Okay, I'm going to do this." Now he runs this whole other operation that it's a whole other accomplishment. Him and his wife and Hybrid Design, but then Super 7, him and Josh have created this a whole nother entity, and through Reaction and through Funko. Now he merged with them. They did their thing. They sort of kind of had to split, and then he redeveloped Super 7. So if I went back 5 years ago, and I looked at Super 7's catalog, and I look at what they do now, radically different. And he had that desire to do that. He's not capping his success per se, but what is the measure of success? So when in relation to printing your own parts, for you're at the tipping point with this. So you come in, the initial rollout at brick and mortar was ho hum.
Well, it's potentially disastrous. It was disastrous, but we somehow survived.
But somehow them closing.
Yeah.
It was like, as usual, right, with this shit, it ricochets into a different dimension. Can you catch the ball and run?
Right.
You know, yeah, we're the asthmatic fucking nerds, the Lucases on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Do we get annihilated and die at the climax of the movie? Or do we somehow, you know, does Charlie Sheen save us?
Yeah.
Or do we somehow fumble fuck our way into the next game? So I think most of this is a little bit in the middle. So you're the type of person, though, that you have a little Flynn in you. You've got a little bit of our kind of way, but you also have your own sort of wild desires. And this printing thing is so perfect for your personality, for what you do, because
for my impatience.
Yes, and so every one of us has that. Our superpower is also our fucking weakness, right? So you've got heavy impatience, but for your restlessness, though we sometimes clank over it, in my stubbornness, but we know that there's a respectable sort of distance that we have to keep on certain things. Like, okay, this is something he needs to do. And we said, this is something that's I'm not going to compromise that. This printing thing is just exactly what you at 9-10 years old would have dreamed of. A fucking machine that prints your figures out.
Right.
And then you know, I want to make this guy. I want to make a version of Rex like this. I want to make any given thing in the tomes of that you've created, you know, that you've scribed over these years. You can just do it. So you got, and Jack is coming along real fast on the 3D sculpting, and then you also have access to the assets that you get from these other things, and you love to fucking meddle with shit. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, those collages you used to make. And I was just thinking the other day, remember those figures that you would do that you would like make a sculpture, but you draw on them. So they were like almost like a maquette, but I've always thought those were some of the coolest fucking things. And but when I see these printed pieces and they come in and then the whole Radic development, that really is sort of a testament to, you know, your vision. You have a vision you want to have happen. So I would also say that 3D printing in the build, with the caveat that you got to have a way to know ZBrush or know somebody who can do this shit. Right. But is it going to get to the point where you can do a drawing? It probably isn't. I'm just too fucking ignorant to know that. You can talk to Eric or David, but can you do a drawing, scan it in,
and the same day,
and then have a program that reads what you're doing and then makes those changes and creates a 3D model, and then you print it out in your resin, and then, you know, by tomorrow morning you've taken a drawing all the way to the next phase. And barring, you know, engineering and all that shit. I think to a certain degree you always kind of need somebody to fuck with that. Just a little bit. Eventually we'll probably none of us will be necessary.
It'll be like the replicator on Star Trek. You just like, punch in SpaghettiOs.
Yep, that's it. And but it is an interesting thing. And if I you know, was smart and you know, maybe 7 years ago I would have a printer in here. Now Mark got a printer, Ron got a printer, PJ did it. I mean, talk about, I should have mentioned him in the beginning. PJ was like somewhat in the first to second generation of the printing gang. Yeah. So like it was the first guys were David, Sanjeev, and Ben. And Ben is really underrated because Ben. I agree. I mean,
he flies under the radar, I think, for a lot of people.
Big time.
But Prometheus Rising Industries.
Yes, and he's just. I know. It was the studios or industries, right? Something
it's like Studio Industries. Yes. It's a long title.
It's really whatever it is. He's real good, and he's been customizing. I have upstairs one of his first resin deals. They cast and made, and then to see, because he's also a great appreciator of the arts. Right. He understands the Takara, you know, aesthetic. He understands.
He gets the history and the pedigree the same way you and I do, and Irwin and Ant do, like that.
But Ben's young. Yeah. I mean, he's younger than us by a good spit. And he was out here recently too, just came by, and we were talking actually about potentially him doing some, like a small run of Fayoses, because he's a huge Reelhead fan. You know, and I have an interesting side note about Ben too. Way back when I was going to Japan on a more regular basis, he gave me a painted Reelhead figure. I think it was Head or Evil. It was Head, and he painted it like real type style. And I remember I gave it to Maury in hand, and Maury said it was one of the best customs he'd ever seen.
That's amazing.
You know, and that fucker has seen everything.
Yeah.
He's a warrior, Maury.
Ben also just painted the level 1 hero.
I saw it, dude.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And he made guns for the Star Wars. And in that big, again, another totally underrated piece was that large sort of robot that he did.
Yeah, that
was like
Cotswold is actually putting out.
Yeah, like the parts and stuff. And Ben's great. And it's funny because he's got a brilliant mind for the other world that he lives in. And he just does this stuff. And he gets more ambitious each time. I mean, he made those giant blockmen.
Yeah.
He made huge Acroyers.
He did the robot from Interstellar.
Oh shit, that thing was with magnets.
Yeah.
Like he's great. And he's
Tars.
I love Tars. Yeah. I like that movie. Everybody hates it. I love it. But
if you fast forward, 3/4 of the movie, it's really good.
You don't like Tron either, though. So it's like you like aesthetics of Tron.
Yeah.
But you don't like Tron.
Well, it's not. There's nothing.
Yeah, but
there's nothing there.
It's a fucking video game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I love Tron. I love shitty things, but I don't think Tron's shitty. I don't think it's. But But I'm not going to argue with it that it's
imperfect.
And it's got an empty aspect to it. Although I personally thought Clue being the bad guy, being in the first movie as his avatar.
Right.
I thought that was fucking cool as shit.
Look, there was certainly a lot, and there was a lot of admirable things in the second Tron, but it is meddled with. It is. There are so many preambles that they shot afterwards and cut into that film, whether it's the panning camera across the graveyard of television screens giving you an info dump, or Flynn,
you're talking
extreme
about the beginning, like
extreme sport surfing off of a building. Like none of that was probably in the first
painting,
cut.
And also like how they had the toys and the sort of meta aspect of it. But I always like the idea of lone heroes and you get your whole fucking busted father son shit going on, and especially after my father passed away a few years ago, and we always were kind of going at it. And I guess it resonates too more, especially even when you have kids. Yeah. So there's a little bit of probably a discrepancy or a disparity between a person who is still on fire by themselves for a person who's sort of simmering and keeping the fire for other people.
It opens your heart to more.
The subtleties, right? So that maybe Joseph Kosinski directed that. And he did the one with Tom Cruise, Oblivion, which I liked too.
That was a good movie.
And another thing interesting about those movies is the soundtrack, not just the soundtrack, which was so M83 did the soundtrack for Oblivion, and then you have Daft Punk, and then they also it's the sounds of the machines and the vehicles. Like in Oblivion, it's like
the drone,
like that shit's in the bizarre fucking geometry of the
very
whole thing.
Strong choice, because it served no purpose whatsoever except as a sort of callback to Black Hole or something like that.
This gonk sounds, all the way back to Lucas, right?
Yeah.
In his sound team. Well, but anyway, to 3D printing. So the 3D printing aspect, you see it, you see the importance of it more and more. I mean, even the stuff we're working on, now bringing in more people that do, sculpts like that. Mm-hmm. Irwin's kind of doing his thing. Ant's doing his thing. I'm still analog as fuck, but I work on printed pieces that come through here. So there's makers Jeremy's and Brandon they're in the midst of they're just print crazy. Yeah. We still fuck with the pieces in an analog way per se, but that's what they do. And then I see what Eric does, and I mean it's that kid's we're
Eric
sort of,
from the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, but the ability to draw and then perceive and then create and to go from being such a powerful, which he still is, traditional sculptor, to understanding the depth and the learning curve. Yeah, it's really something. So and you get all the different parts of it. So then you see stuff like the beef strong work. Mm-hmm. The beef strong work, it 2-dimensionally, it's got this certain depth. 3-dimensionally, it's a different animal. So then we go through this.
It's much more chaotic in 3 dimensions than it is in 2 dimensions.
It really, and it's flatter. And then so when we worked on the Radix stuff, all the back and forth with that, kind of falls into this category of, at the end of the day, like what are we doing? What is the line?
Mm-hmm.
And how does 3D printing factor into the future of all of this?
Yeah.
For me, until I'm over with this or done, this right here.
Or your body quits.
Yeah. I mean, now I'm down to one eye for all these years, 2 pairs of fucking glasses, but I still love it. Even if I get headaches or feel shitty, I need to, for me, for who I am and my limitations, I have to have it come out this way. I need to see it in the light, see it outside, see it in my pocket. I'm just not advanced enough to perceive it in the 3-dimensional way, and I'm too fucking, spread out with shit to learn it.
Right.
But it is what anybody who wants to do this for a living should be doing.
Yeah.
Don't do what I do. Do what David does or Eric does. Like, you better learn that shit, because it's not the future. It's the now.
Yeah.
It's currently going on.
It's Fred Seibert would always say that's the cost of admission.
That's a perfect way
it's
to
like
put it. To get in the building, you better have the right shoes, or you can't be on the court.
You have to be 3D fluent, or at least, I consider myself 3D adjacent. I took a bunch of 3D classes in college, but it was too mathematical.
3D adjacent. That's like a sexual classification.
I'm a 3D deviant, really. I speak the language, and I know splines and vertices, and I can.
Well, you just took apart your printer too. So, I mean, now you know the guts.
Right.
The guts and the shit, all the cursing that we'd hear across the country and across the state from David and Ben and PJ. Now you understanding, and Mark too. I mean, Mark's got a printer, and he did tons of stuff, like sold stuff from the prints that he would do for the Bitfigs.
Yeah.
And that's again the limitation.
They were the first pioneers, though, because it's almost plug and play at this point. Yeah. With the photon models. It's like you literally plug it in and you're in business. Yeah.
And it's interesting too, looking at the next phase, like we get Marvel phases, right? Mm-hmm. I feel like your next phase, your phases, what's going to shake people up with the stuff that you're doing. And sometimes I know sometimes we quietly will butt heads about certain aspects, but it's important to do that.
Of course.
I don't think there's anybody I work with that it doesn't happen. It's healthy. You can't just be fucking yes men to each other. You're peers. You're supposed to challenge each other. Then you're supposed to make the shit fucking make it. But you can't just do the same thing over and over.
No.
And I think that's something that
I can't play the same note twice in a row at all. No. in any respect.
And it's an interesting thing, because I think people that there's always a danger, like if you like what I do or what we do, you'll get some little surprise here, but it's a style of music. You like it or you don't. And I play it this way.
Yep.
And then sometimes we do a concert with another person. So I'll flex a different muscle working on Riff Killer, flex a different muscle working on RoboForce, flex, you know what I mean? But it's a genre.
Yeah.
You have always been a person that has trouble with the status quo.
Yeah.
And at this next stage for you is going to be, can you bring the folks that are supporting what you're doing with you to the next phase of your vision, which sometimes that vision happens like this out of nowhere. You could have a totally different plan, and then because you're that piece of you decides you want to do this way. And that's what's brought you to this point. But I'm interested to see what is, with the Patreons folks that are listening to this, anybody who's into this. If you're hearing this, you like some portion of this stuff.
At least a little bit.
A little bit. But this next phase is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And for me, and I appreciate the challenge. Sometimes I just genuinely worry, because I'm looking at it saying, I appreciate this because that rebel part of me that started this shit.
Right.
But then the dad part of me looks at it and goes, don't lose everything.
It's a bridge too far.
Well, or so the Be Strong thing and also the coming Kickstarter and all the things that we've been discussing and working on together, and the things that you do and out in the the secret fortress. How is that going to be received?
Yeah.
Now, I know if we went and we did something that was,
if we did Vector Jump Part 2, no question it would sell.
Or if
Yeah.
You know, that sitting on the desk there, or,
Right.
you know, that sitting on the desk there, or that sitting over there. What's in that fucking box? The shit, I know a lot of people see a lot into the world, but they don't, there's still another level that they don't even see.
Right.
I know if we front loaded that thing with 4 figures that were right in queue with the rest that we're doing.
And we're similar proportions,
Yes.
just, you know,
Similar
in that same
things.
vein. There's no question
They
that
would get
it would,
funded,
yeah,
at
it
least
would
to what
mitigate the
level.
risk completely.
But this next thing
Yeah.
isn't that.
Yeah.
And it's horrifying and it's exciting.
Yeah.
And I hope that people get it. And if they don't, then your lesson is learned.
Yeah.
And if they do.
Is it though?
Well, I don't know if it ever will or won't be, but I don't
Yeah.
think you'll ever quit.
Yeah.
I don't know you as ever being a quitter.
Yeah.
You know, you can be a little fucker, but you're not a quitter.
Right.
And you're not a liar. You know, and those are admirable traits. It's just the need to break what you build.
Right.
You know, and I guess that's part of you.
Yeah.
You like to build, and then you enjoy dismantling it.
Right.
And then you will not just build another sandcastle. You want to go over and build out of glass,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
build out of, you know, fucking ocean spray and clouds. You
Right.
need to make these things happen, because it is related to 3D printing, but this is at the nature and the heart of all of this independent toy making
Yeah.
business. This is the difference between us and Hasbro.
Mm-hmm.
This is why when we make a figure, we try to make sure the clearances on the hips fucking work.
Right.
Not like, you know, like a All Might that comes out and then it can't sit.
Right.
And then I take 5 minutes with an X-Acto blade and
And you
cure
fixed it. Yeah.
And so we work with those guys, but we don't work with those guys. But at the same time, what people have to understand is if they want to have those figures that way at that abundance of production level and in those stores, there is going to be some sacrifices.
There's concessions, no question.
And part of those could be that somebody who was looking at the assets said, you have to make that piece on his groin like that. And then we don't have to do that.
Right.
We are self-editing here.
Yeah.
We're with each other. So whatever comes across the desk, it'll be edited with care, but also edited specifically to the person who sent it.
Right.
That's what all of this is. So each maker has a as you call it, fingerprint.
Mm-hmm.
So this fingerprint has to be, you have to maintain it. You have to honor it. But then if you see that the person accidentally, or maybe just, oh, you know, that thigh's a little, that's not that, you need more muscle there, or that clearance isn't there, or the neck isn't aligned just right on there, or that shoulder's lower, or, you know what I mean, technical aspects that are a piece of it. But you have to honor it. So like when I work on something that Irwin did, I mean, my goal is to make sure that it looks like I didn't work on it.
Right. Totally.
Right. But if I work on something I'm doing, well, it's going to look like I did it because it's based on my stupid ass making it.
Right.
But if something comes through that Eric works on, I have to make it look like I didn't touch it.
Yeah.
Right. So
well, that's a good producer.
I mean,
The invisible fingerprint.
The invisible fingerprint. And with you and I, it's this, as we go on with this and we kind of learn the new sheet music, I have to remember, it's sometimes hard for me to remember that you have to have it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we're fucking very similar on a lot of
Right.
freakish things. This is one thing where we deviate. You need to do it that way, and then you're willing to risk everything to do that.
Right.
And I'm not willing to risk those things. I like it to be a certain way.
Yeah.
You know, but you're willing to bridge it. Now you may achieve, I hope you achieve as much success as you fucking want. We're going to find out, you know.
Yeah.
And the 3D printing part of it, what you're doing, you're offering people an incredible amount. I mean, that the pilot program is nuts. But if you didn't offer it, Ben wouldn't have done that.
Right.
But now it's like, but if now that Ben's done that, now when we if we do make that figure, will we ever be able to match what he showed?
I mean,
So
we're probably going to have to use his as a
it's
paintmaster.
But it's
'cause
like,
it's
I
so
look
perfect.
at it, but he painted every fucking dot
Yeah.
on the arms and the shoulders. It would be, you know, $2,000 of spray mass on that.
Right.
It would be probably realistically about an $11 to $12 unit cost.
Yeah. So a $30 figure
$30
landed.
figure, deluxe with airbrush on the stuff. But this is where we're headed. It's almost like a full collision course. It is like the Mad Max, the end of every
Yeah.
Mad Max movie. It's a fucking chase through the desert as shit's winding down, you don't really know what the fuck is going to happen. But it's fucking interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's interesting. But you offering these 3D prints it's definitely for folks that I don't know if people really understand just how nuts it is what you're doing.
You know, I haven't thought much about it until now, but it could very well be, you know, the next expectation for small makers, that people are actually literally part of a pilot program where they are sort of testing these things and they're doing their own paint apps and
has allowed people inside as much as you have.
Yeah, and I do it. The pilot program I do really because, and you would agree with this, we have probably the utterly most creative fan base of any fandom.
No question.
I mean, the people that, you know, the majority of our customers customize or draw or do music or
thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. I mean, you know, like Gavin.
Yeah.
Great customer, creative as fuck, musician. Like you can go down the line of all these guys. I think we're all just like a lot alike. You know, we're just different parts of the spectrum. And when we get together and we are lucky enough to, you know, speak or see each other when we're not bound to our duties, I mean, there's really no one I want to, you know, walk away from. It's and we're all different levels of passion, but everybody has a genuine like creative love for what they're doing, for what each other's doing. You get the usual human shit. People get competitive. You can kind of be dickish. Some people promote in different ways. They don't like that way that guy promoted. They don't like the way this guy did it. It's inevitable. Doesn't mean anybody's a piece of shit.
Right.
Just means you've got a bunch of people that eat different ways at the banquet table. You know, we're all there. It's a round table too. Yeah. It's not a long table. It's round. That's how it is. And sometimes certain makers shine for a little bit longer than another one, and then they because it's directly built into their personal lives. Yeah. But I think it's that way for customers too. I hate even. I don't like addressing people as customers.
Yeah,
fans.
Just customer does it.
Because I mean, it's the difference is just a few degrees difference of one person being able to make it and another person purchasing it, enjoying it. But one can't exist without the other, per se. You know, and
well, we're part of an ecosystem together.
Yeah, and you gotta honor it, and you gotta can't be a fucking piece of shit. You know, and it's sometimes hard to not let your personal shit, because sometimes things heat up, and it does happen. It's not fucking picnic town. Yeah. But in general, there's this creative bunch. So what you're offering, it's sometimes it feels fucking weird. Yeah. From my perspective, it sometimes feels a little bit weird. It's a phone, you know, because I've done everything I can. I like to keep things under wraps and then show things when it's about ready to be done. Right. And over the years, like I'll get really close to something and then something will come up, you know, and then we'll shift it, you know, at the last second. And if we shift it, you know, it can be you feel like kind of an asshole that you didn't see it through. Now this dog is just shut that door out there.
That's a pretty good place to leave it, though, because we have a tremendous amount of work to do together. But
3D printing.
3D printing, it's the future. I'm a complete convert now. But there you have it, folks. The wonderful Matt Doughty. And thank you for tuning in. The only thing left to say is pizza out. It all comes down to this. The final week of Action Figure of the Month 2020. We're not on Kickstarter. Doesn't look like we're going to be on Kickstarter, so this is your only chance to enroll. Sign up today. Go to toypizza.com. Go to knightsoftheslice.com. It's front and center on the landing page. We need you enrolled in this excellent service because as much fun as 2019 has been, 2020 is going to absolutely blow your mind. We're going to have 12 figures to play with, maybe even more than that. We're going to have secret surprises. We're going to have possibly licensed figures that launch in it. And if you've been following any of our interesting collaborations with other artists, there's a very good chance that the Action Figure of the Month Club is going to get to test out the fruits of those labors before anybody else. So don't delay. Sign up now. Action Figure of the Month 2020. The campaign comes to a close on this Saturday. Your very last chance. Let's go. Pizza out. Well, folks, it's finally time. I am making good on one of my promises to do a deep dive on Metalder Ghost Bank, this wonderful Japanese toy line that I've spoken about many times at great length, but haven't really, done the deep dive that I've promised on. So it's all happening now. I have Matt Doughty on the line, and he's going to take us through what he knows about the line. And I'm also going to post up on Patreon some images. I found a really good intro video about the television series that this toy line is based on. And hopefully this will make us all a hell of a lot smarter when it comes to Metalder Ghost Bank. I was saying Ghost Bank. Tell me what you know.
What I know about Ghost Bank. I love Ghost Bank. Well, I love the Metalder Ghost Bank series. They had a bunch of little figures that came out kind of after it too. But these came out around 87, around there, 87, 88.
Would you say this is pre-Kenner Mask or post-Kenner Mask?
This is maybe post Kenner, right around the same time, I think, because I remember watching Mask right around the striking distance within this. I think it was 86, 87, 88, 89, when there was really a big ramp up on the smaller stuff. Men with Battle Beasts and Muscle and everything.
Sure.
But these figures were a little bit different, as they were bigger than Mask. Just a little chunkier and a little more complex, but of the same ilk. And they sort of had a couple Mask-like vehicles. Some of them. Yeah. They didn't get too deep into it, and they had a couple play sets. But it was a super line because the presentation was really fascinating. It was a little bit different than I guess in some ways Battle Beast in Japan had there was a lot of stuff going on over there, but for over here, when you would go into a comic book shop, when animation started to come in, and there was a lot of Japanese imports post the early 80s and getting into the late 80s. Right. Animation really started to kick in, the bootlegs and everything in the late 80s into the 90s, and sort of culminating in the Suncoast section, Right. But these figures would show up in a lot of comic book stores, at least here in the New England area. So
that's why I never once came across any of these. That's interesting that you got them.
I think it had a lot to do with the influx of Japanese-based toys coming through Boston and New York era, when Takara, Bandai sort of were just piling things in here. Any import companies were just buying shit up. And there was a place called Mr. Big Toyland that's sort of a legend. It's absolutely a legend amongst guys who collect Japanese-based toys who lived in New England, particularly in this Massachusetts, where it was located in Waltham, Massachusetts, on Moody Street. This guy, the proprietor,
was this near New Hampshire at all?
No, New Hampshire. What's that?
Was there more than one of these stores?
Just one. It was a standalone, and
because I think we've talked before. I used to go to Concord, and there was a similar store. I can't remember the name of it, but it definitely had Japanese imports and lots of great stuff.
Oh, Jesse, they were popping up everywhere. I mean, you could get a Shrungle figure like in my town at this place called I Love Toys, and you could go down to Littleton to Geppetto's workshop that had a table of Godaiken figures. Wow. and like everything you can imagine from that time that wasn't eaten up legally by Bandai's American Invasion or Hasbro Takara's Alliance, anything else would come in here. And it was crazy to like Govarian. That was everywhere. And Shrungle was this weird sort of, they were like real type things. They had beautiful boxes, but they were sort of lost children of that time period because they
just look like farm equipment.
Yeah, a lot of it did, and it had that Crusher Joe mechanic sort of in, and that's another one that you'd see model kits of. But the thing about Mr. Big is that the guy named Arthur and Seal, that were the two people. Seal was the nickname for the woman, his wife, that ran the other side of this incredible store. Back in the late 70s, back in when Force 5 was brought in here, in this area, it really set people crazy. It set me nuts. I saw it in Maine when I was living in Maine in 1979, 80. And they, it had the block of 5 shows, and it was, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you had a different show each day. And this guy was ahead of the curve. So he was importing things. And what he did is he would buy advertising space at the ass end of these shows. So anybody who grew up around this area, especially Massachusetts, we moved here in 1980 from Maine, and you'd watch it. And at the end of come down to Moody Street, and pick up a Guy King here at Mr. Big Toy Land, and they would show all these pictures of all this crazy shit, in the Space Dragon, but toys of what you were just watching, which you couldn't find at the particular time until Shogun Warriors brought a lot of stuff in. But even then, what they had at Mr. Big was beyond. Mr. Big Toyland lasted, sort of limped assways into the 90s. When the owners were, they sold it eventually, and it went down real quick. But because of that, I think these avenues opened up, these ways of these stores picking up things that weren't necessarily as expensive as licensed stuff, and it was easier to get. So you would see, I'd go into there's a place called Bop City Comics out in Framingham, Massachusetts, and it was next to Fun and Games. This was the times when there was arcades and comic shops everywhere, and they had
great. Obviously, if you were a child serial killer, oh man, these were the days.
I think I avoided a few of them, although my mother probably dated half of them. But we went into these places, and you would just, I guess we took it for granted here because we grew up with Mr. Big. Then there was Goods in Faneuil Hall in Boston, and they had all kinds of shit. Then everywhere you went, somebody has a section, a very sort of primordial section compared to nowadays, of just a ramshackle, weird grouping of different series. Metalldar was one of those series. And maybe because they were small and they were easy to get a nice case assortment, or wherever they were coming from, they were there. But the thing is, Metalldar series was called Ghost Bank. It was the sort of the in the story, there was
the Ghost Bank is where the villains live, more or less. It's kind of like it almost looks like an Epcot center of different villains.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they have doors that they sort of pop out of.
And it was a really interesting show. I was lucky enough to see a decent portion of it, but it's a Metal Heroes show, the Tokusatsu vein. And they showed all the bad guys in the first episodes. It's strange. So there was dozens of them, but the ones that they concentrated on it for the toy line, supposedly with the catalog, they showed 24 different characters you could get. Now these characters are about the size of a Glyos figure. They're roughly the same size. So,
and interestingly enough, they do not show photos of product. They only show images in these catalogs and on the packaging of the actual show itself. So it sort of makes you wonder, were all these made,
and so this became, it's a really interesting detective story in some ways. It's that lasts for decades for some of us. And you and I have talked about this many, many times, but they showed 24 figures in this little mini catalog. Now, a lot of these, as most of the guys listening to this would remember, Any good Japanese toy worth its salt came with a mini catalog that would fold up into, 4 pieces, or would open up into 2. And they were like lush little, exposés on all these things that may or may not have been produced, as you just said. But Metalder showed 24 plus God Neros, who was the main bad guy, who, the nemesis of Metalder. And like you said, they didn't show them in toy form. Now, when we were growing up, all these packages were thin with a little half-cut window frame, and they had a picture of the character to the left or to the right, and they were in a bubble tray, pressed up, stapled against like a nice little inside color background. And then they had the catalog stuffed in the back, and it was thin. They were thin. Now, the guys who had a little extra armor were a little bit thicker, but they had a number in the top right corner of each character's box. Now, when we were growing up, we would look at these things. Now, when you look at the catalog, there was no numbering system that I could discern when I was a kid. And so we didn't know like how many there were and why the certain like X amount of numbers always showed up at all the different stores. We never could see beyond it. You could see the characters that may or may not potentially be in this line, but you would only, around here, you'd only see about 6 different characters. Maybe once in a while you'll come across one at a toy show, but that was it. And it was really, it was kind of awesome and also very frustrating because you didn't know what this line actually was. And you turn the catalog over and they had about 5-6 vehicles in sort of a half play set looking thing. But fast forward into the early aughts, and some I was able to kind of find a couple different toy shows, a couple different places. Started go to San Diego Comic-Con. Lo and behold, I started seeing 1 or 2 more numbers. Now we've got the internet, so you can find out quite a bit. But even then, at that time, there wasn't a hell of a lot of information or proof.
Pretty early days of it, for sure.
Yeah, really wasn't. So it wasn't until I started going back to Japan, because I'd gone to Japan and back in '96 for the first time in my life. And while I was there, one of the things I was trying to hunt down was Metalder Ghost Bank figures. And I found a couple, but even those guys, because they kind of didn't give a shit about it. It wasn't that popular. I love it, but at best, I think it was also viewed as sort of a unofficial successor to Kakaida, and that's Ishinomori's stuff. And to my knowledge, he wasn't involved in Metalder's development. It was more of like a nod of the hat from the Metal Hero side of things. Right. And anyway, I found a couple. That was it. So when I went back, one of the top things on my list outside of Guyver stuff was Metalder figures. And when I went to the first Superfest I had ever attended, that's when the curtain started to peel back. Yeah. And boy, that's really where it became interesting, because you'd find them, as you now really know, you'd find them in the damnedest sections of that Super Festival. Yeah. And
they're almost, I think more often than not, they're regarded as refuse.
I think so. But and
it seems like now that, Superfest is a little more accessible by the Gaijin, the prices have gone up for certain vendors. They're starting to catch on and get a little smart.
They are catching on. And there's also critical figures in line that are very difficult to track down in comparison to a lot of the other ones. And I kind of found that it was funny. Some of the ones that I would see as a kid are harder to find in Japan.
Interesting.
And then the ones that I would never see here, I mean, it must have just been the case assortments that whoever broke that off and sent them, because it had to have been like a 3-year cycle at the time, and then they clipped it. But the thing, it's sort of like a Grail. The whole series is kind of like a Grail. It's not, when you're collecting Transformers or Joe or any of that, there's a Grail figure for everybody. Someone might, want a Wonder Bread He-Man, and another person wants to get a Target Master, a specific character. It's always or, you know, hooded Cobra Commander mail away or something, or, you know, something that's a pain in the ass. That's harder to get than normal. And this whole series was that for me.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
for sure.
Yeah. And then when you started finding out that they had, you know, the vehicles, like I would see a side Phantom here and there in the early year. And that being Metalder's, like, you know, classic, you know, a metal Tokusatsu guy or a metal hero or a rider riding a motorcycle. It's just sort of a prerequisite for coolness. And he had this, you know, blue bike that split. And he also had this car called the Metal Charger, which was, you know, basically it's a mask figure, right? It's a mask car. Pops open, does shit. It's a little bit kind of weird. And I also always
basically it's like a student or delivery guy's car that's in this futuristic sort of, you know, robot battling shit.
Yeah, it's sort of a bullshit design.
It's like what you would be driving, basically.
Yeah. And it's funny, and it almost has a little bit of a dash of Churro Q shittiness. I love Churro Q, but it's got a little taste of that woven into the DNA. But they had great boxes. The branding of the line was really excellent. And it was funny because they focused so heavily on that numbering system. But it's also interesting that when they numbered it, they numbered, like, Metalder was figure number 1. Right. So he came with his dog Springer, which is like this, you know, kind of shitty. Was it a Doberman with a bunch of shit on his back? Anybody who saw VR Troopers growing up, this show, and I think it was Spielband were mashed together and then put and made into that show. But then when they made the second thing in the series was the side Phantom. So number 2 in the series was a vehicle numbered that way. Mm-hmm. And then number 3 was the Metal Charger, right? So and so then it goes, and then they jump back into the figures, and they do the figures all the way up to 12, and then 12 is another vehicle, and 13 and 14 are vehicles, and then they go back into figures, and then at the very end of the series, they switch to play sets, and the numbering system stays straight. And that was bizarre as shit in its own right, but kind of awesome too, because it was so strange. But I guess the best part about going to Japan and hunting for Metalder, I had gone there. I started going back there in 2009, and then I went twice a year for a number of years. And then about 2014, 2015, we started to slow down. And I would go with Jesse Moore. And Jesse Moore's, you know, the creator of Call Groom, longtime brother, friend, family, funny as hell, just an awesome person and an incredible artist. I couldn't say enough good things about him. But we would go together. And one of our last trips together was in 2015. So I'm kind of jumping forward here. And we would go to Superfest. And so we would go to China, see Paul. We'd be there 5-6 days. And we'd fly out on a Thursday out of Hong Kong, land in Japan Thursday night, and then just, you know, hang out with Don and Maury and Ayako, everybody, all our family over there. And we would hit stores, right? As any good guys and shit. Mm-hmm. And then we would be really getting pumped to go to Super Festivals they held on a Sunday. And since we would go in as exhibitors, we could get in there early. So
yeah, that is crucial to the experience, I would say, because it is, for those who haven't been, there is a deluge of human traffic the second those doors open, and it's probably about 45 minutes to 30 minutes that you get as a vendor where everybody's set up and you can kind of freely sort of buy stuff without getting in people's way.
Yeah,
that's crucial, because as you told me before my first trip, if you see something you want, you have to buy it then and there, because it's not going to last. And I've gotten burned quite a few times with doing a lap and thinking I would come back and get something, and it's just gone.
The critical loop, right? We call it. And that's something that's, we all have the hell story of missing the golden goose, right? And you remind me, long ago when I was in college, we would do these runs, my buddies and I, and go to these Shriners halls that would hold toy shows, little dinky ones. But again, being in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut shows, and because of Hasbro's location, in Rhode Island, you never knew what you were going to get for old weird shit. And Parker Brothers was located in Mass, and one of the trips I had gone on, it's a side, of course, a diversion because I'm involved, but I had gone to a show and I had met a guy who had worked on the Battle Beast line, and he was the guy who was helping to try to bring laser beasts in. Mm-hmm. And he was at this show, at this kind of crappy little show at this table, and he had a bunch of stuff wrapped up in plastic. And I was nosing around this because, if you've ever gone to you're damned enough to go to a toy hunt with me. I take forever every damn. Yeah, it's poor Don. I swear I've aged that guy, even though he can't age him. But I'll spend an hour in one tub, and I don't know why. It's fascinating. All the stuff fascinates me. But I looked through and I saw, at the time I wasn't aware that there were so many laser beasts. And of course, in hindsight now I know, but at the time I looked at this stuff. I said, well, what is this? And he pulls it out, he spreads it out across the table, and it's the whole laser beast, all loose, nothing packaged, but complete. The whole laser beast Japanese run. Now,
I mean, those go for what, $130, $175 a piece, loose, complete now?
I mean, a skull grotesque, that could arguably go for $400 to $600, depending on the toe paint. I mean, it's a ridiculous. Those specific ones. I mean, and Marty's there's a reason they call him the God Beast. There's guys. A lot of our customers actually also do Battle Beasts and Laser Beasts. Even Adam Amaretsu, who's an amazing vinyl artist and a great painter. I recently shipped him. He orders from us, and we all get stuff from each other, and he orders from us, and he has for years. And I'll always draw crazy shit in his package. For every order I've ever sent, Mark and I have an archive of all these hideous things. I try to get a grosser drawing every time. I'm just a monster, nothing. Yeah, but it's gross. And so he sent me back an email, and he said, I really like the Armivores, and I want to show you something. He sends his pictures, these images, and he's got just this kill you laser beast formers collection, just incredible. I mean, pristine examples of everything, perfectly displayed. I had no idea, and I've known him for years. But you can see there's a passion for this stuff, and there's a particular passion for beast formers, laser beasts, battle beasts. It's just a really cool line, and it obviously it influenced the hell out of me, and so did Metalder. It's a lesser known influence, Micronauts, Star Wars, all the normal things, but Metalder was a huge one. Anyway, I saw all this stuff, and I asked the guy, like, what's the story? He's like, well, I'm trying to sell it as a set. And I said, like a dumbass, well, can you break? I want this dragon guy. And, and naturally I went for all these, King Buster, all these ones that I didn't know the name at the time, but I wanted all the ones that were the rarest, I don't know what. They just look good. He says, well, I can't break up the set. Look, I'll sell you the whole set for $150.
Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And now being in college at the time and horrifyingly cheap, I said, and I had $100 in my pocket. And I said, well, how about $100? And he's like, I can't sell you this for any less than 150. He's like, don't you have friends you can, hit up if you don't have enough? I said, I could. I said, well, tell you what, how would you be cool if I took a week to think about this? And I can, I said, that's a lot of money. And the fucking guy goes, all right, yeah, okay, I'll wrap it up. You come back down here. Actually, it'll be a couple weeks because we have these shows twice a month. And because they're really small, and they were like an Elks Lodge or Shriners Hall down in Attleboro, Massachusetts. And this had to be like 90, 94, 95. And so I said, okay. And I take his card, and And then I go home, you go on the rest of Bender, do our normal shit. We're looking for stupid stuff, Toys R Us, Wendy's, blah, blah, blah. We go see John DeChico down in Worcester, all the greats on That's Entertainment.
Good old John DeChico from Worcester.
The legend, you know.
Notorious.
He really, that guy's something else, and awesome guy. But I got to go in his warehouse once, and holy shit. I mean, I saw Silverhawks mirages to the ceiling in that place. I don't know what he was doing. But anyway, 2 weeks passed and we go back down because we were stupid. And I see the guy and I had the money. And I look at it and he's like, okay, well, I held on to it for you. And to my regret, to this day, I said, you know what, man, I think I'm going to hold off because I'm thinking to myself, you know, I think I want to buy a couple Max Factory Guyver kits. And I passed it up.
There's a couple of vintage Millennium Falcons loose and dirty that, you know, I think will fetch a pretty penny.
Can you believe that shit? That is the dumbest thing I've ever done in this hobby. And I walked away from it. And he just looked at me and goes, man, that's lame. And I said, well, sorry, man. And then I become obsessed with the shit later, and it bites me in the ass ever since. But
as you deserve.
Well, but I'll tell you, that taught me the lesson that I shared with you. When you see it, you pull the trigger if you can, if you really like it. And by my other rule, if someone comes to my house and they like something more than I like it, I give it to them. That's always been the fucking rule. You pass it on or whatever. And so Jesse and I are there in the morning, and we're, you know, who has ever been to Super Festival, you know that where they have it now, there's like a larger main room and then all these satellite rooms. And there's even like a place you can go downstairs way back when there used to be all these food stations, and Jesse and I would just pound curry beef down there. It was the best. But I digress again. I was looking for some Metalder, and I had been doing pretty good. And Jesse got into it, of course. We always were getting into the same shit. And I'm walking down the steps into the main room, and there's this one older guy, and now you know him. He sets up all the time on the side. It's just as you come in, he's got a table that sort of L's around the side.
To the right, yeah.
And he's got all kinds of shit, everything. He's got, you know, Noves, and he's got Ideon figures, Ideon box stuff, you name it. He always has some kind of weird shit. Crusher Joe models. And I see this box on the ground, and it's a big box, like a Uline bubble mailer size box. A little rip in the box, and I can see color that I know, because for so many years I've been looking at these boxes. And I walked down, I tapped the guy on the shoulder. I said, can I see what's inside that box? And he didn't speak a lot of English, but he's like, here, in here. I'm like, yeah, what's in that box? He opens the box up, and no lie, and I mean, it's right across from me. The entire Metalder run.
Jeez.
All in one spot. The whole thing. The only thing missing is the 2 play sets. That's it. And I mean, I looked at it, and I turned around and looked at Jesse, and I looked back at it, and I didn't bring a ton on that trip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Didn't bring a ton of cash. So I said, how much for that? Icor Deska. How much for that? All of it. He goes, everything? Like make motion, everything? Yeah. I said, yeah, all of it. How much? $300. The equivalent of 300,000 yen or whatever it is. He said it was $300 equivalent. And I mean, and I was like, shit, I don't have that much cash on me right now. And then all of a sudden, Jesse just saunters by me, slaps it down, just whack.
Pulls from his beard.
Pulls it right out of his fanny pack, which he actually wears, and he just puts it right onto the guys, right on his table. And he just points down to the box, he points to me, and he gives a thumbs up. The guy gives a thumbs up, and then Jesse just kind of blows a little kiss, and then I pick up the box.
Amazing.
And he bought.
That's a friend.
He bought the whole thing. It was him. He did it. He bought it, and then he let me keep it. And eventually he's going to take it to his place, to his toy museum, which everyone should visit sometime. But it's really was something. And then I showed Don, because Don likes it, Don Kratzer.
Yeah.
And he couldn't believe it. And I was seeing for the first time. Now they made 23 items in the run that I know of. Okay. In the run. Out of those 23 items, 16 are figures. Right?
Right.
16 are figures.
There's 4 vehicles?
Out of those 16 figures, to that point, maybe 8 of them. So half of them I'd never even physically seen before in hand. And I mean, it was like, they were just, it made me nuts. And they were middle to early, because when they would ship the stuff, we were getting numbers when we were kids, when I was younger, that were all over the place. It wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, right up the thing. You were getting a couple that were up a little bit higher.
Right.
But holy shit. And I just couldn't stop looking at it. And that was the best. I would say it was the best score, the most shocking score that it made up for the Battle Beast ruin.
I'd say.
Yeah. And on a little side note to that tale, the year before that I had been there in Japan, I had been in one of the shops that Don had taken us to, and I saw this little Metaldar figure, but he was unpainted. You know the one I'm talking about?
The store giveaway, a lucky draw.
Yeah.
I know the one that's in your collection. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a store. It was, and the owner of the shop proceeded to tell us that they were given away in a kind of a Yodobashi camera sort of Saturday morning deal that they do. And you were to paint the figures. They were for painting. And very few of them survived because they were given out and sort of destroyed. But it's an unpainted figure, but it's super neat because the chest is a slightly different, darker, kind of grayish, sort of flaked plastic. Then he's got these light gray limbs, and you can really see the sculpt. And my favorite part is that someone
You're gonna have to send me a picture of this so I can post it along.
I'll send you a picture of the whole gaggle. But the reason I liked it the most is that there was a gold price sticker on his chest that had sort of melted over the left side, his left chest, and it almost looked like a decal. So I left it on.
Oh, I didn't realize that wasn't a decal.
It's not. It's a price. And I said to the guy, I said, what is the sticker? If it was a giveaway, he said, that's the price. But it had just worn into the figure over the years.
Yeah.
So that was, and I got that for $10.
Amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, that was, and it was it's a great line. And it actually, the first Glyos packages were modeled after the packages from Metalder.
That's right.
Yep. The whole
real fan of that.
Yeah. Real, and even to the size, the spec and the width and the height. And one of the main reasons I like that 3-inch style scale figure is it's owed to that. Not. I love Mask. I like the cartoon more than the toys. I love Jason and the Wheel Warriors. I love Starcom. They're all incredible. I mean,
Bone Age.
But man, Metalder was the shit.
Yeah, 100%. Well, good. That's a perfect place to put a pin in it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your insight. And hopefully it's going to be a huge boom in the secondary market on Metalder now.
Fuck. Well, you should share with everybody your recent experience with that too. It's, that was.
I will recap them and show them pictures of the lot that got away.
Yeah, it's funny too, because seeing that it's almost a parallel.
Wears heavy on my soul.
That's all right though. Yeah, there's worse things. Almost.
Yeah. All right, man. I will set you free. Thank you.
See you
for your wisdom as usual. We'll talk soon.
See you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. There he is. Hello, sir.
All right.
Nikki, say hi.
Who is this?
Mr. Fung.
There's no video in the picture.
No, there's not supposed to be.
No.
Numbskull.
Numbskull? I'm offended.
How dare you?
That's a slur. Where I'm from.
So welcome, my friend.
What is happening?
Not too much. We're just in the workshop building some Franken slices. Daisy seems to be. She has a hair trigger for crying anytime I clear my throat or sneeze or cough.
Yeah.
So she'll wake up at any moment.
Well, she's in the house, but no. Even if she's awake and in a good mood, like she's in that phase, you know, the scared phase.
Yeah. Just frightened by Jesse's throat clear. It's very frightening.
It's because you almost died the last time we all talked together. I think.
Oh, yeah,
somehow
it's true.
knows.
You think I would have muted the line, but no.
Oh man, I just hammered through getting a package out of here over to the factory by the skin of my
Can you
teeth.
stop making noise, Nikki?
Stop existing.
This is part of the show right now? This is actually...
Yes.
Oh, they're going to start like, welcome to this.
You're like shaking a Lego bin around. Jesus, man.
I love it. Sure it's not the Toy Biz bin?
No, he is. He's putting the hours in. He's making some Franken slices for the good boys and girls and non-binaries out there.
I'll do it like I do it with the cherry stems. I'll put it in my mouth and then I'll come out completely.
You have him come out and visit with his whole glorious family, and you put him to work within a day.
Yeah.
I mean, I put him to work yesterday too. I don't know if you saw the completely unhinged Twitch stream we did, but it was our finest hour.
I have yet to see it. Usually I watch them as you do it. But
Yeah,
we've had
this is a good one.
maniac week here, so.
Of course.
There's guest vocals with Daisy.
Yes.
Oh, she
And-
actually got in on it, huh?
And Olivia played drums, and yeah, we
Where
got
was
it. Tiff did not come down, right? No.
She was
We had
baby from her.
we had a dinner party, but all the guests sort of invaded towards the end and told us to wrap it up. I don't appreciate geniuses.
To wrap it up, tell us, hey, we're leaving.
They're trying to shut us down.
Man.
Oh man, that room is getting insane. I mean, there's so much stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's it looks like a secondhand shop, just the kind I'd like to go to.
It does. Well, you're welcome anytime.
Plus all the milk tubes are overflowing.
Yeah, we do have milk tubes running through the basement. We don't know where the milk is coming from, but they dispense milk for free.
It's are you making the sequel to Fury Road?
Exactly. The milkman?
Look at those milk tubes going.
Yeah. What is that guy's name? It's Impotent Joe?
Impotent Joe.
Yeah. Immortan Joe. Yeah.
Immortan Joe Biden. Okay, so here's the two topics for tonight, right? One, an easy one, a softball. We're going to lube you up before you get it. Question number one, or sort of riff number one, if we will. I'm thinking about 1998, 1999, and what's in store. This is post McFarlane, and I've been obsessed lately with lines like Resource's Shadowrun, or the Toymax Berserk figures, which were over here for the first time. A bunch of Evangelion product. Stores like Babbage's. What comes to your mind, Matt Doughty? The mic is on you.
In 98?
Yeah, around there, 98, 99. As other people are starting to do the McFarlane thing that are not McFarlane.
Oh, wow. I mean, what an interesting time. In 98, in the fall of 98, I was in San Jose. And I remember going, kind of learning to discover where to go out there. It was all, I was out there. I had gotten a job working at a company called Metropolis Digital. That was like an animation company.
And so I got hired on as sort of a per diem basis, doing character design. So I was living on a couch with two friends of my sister's had let me crash at their place. And I had
been a big house for all three of you.
Well, it was a little apartment, and I remember there was an orange tree and a lemon tree out in the front courtyard, and it was a pool that was filled in with dirt with two palm trees in it. And I would look out the window at night at them. And but it was a fun little sort of like little odyssey living out there. I was out there for about 4.5 months, and I was trying to learn the terrain. So I would draw in the daytime, and I had just got my first email account on my friend's Levi's iMac, and I had just learned to operate, what was kind of a Photoshop. It was, he had a little scanner, and so I was drawing everything by marker, laying on the floor with a pillowcase filled with Bayroll Prismacolor markers and Bristol paper, and drawing all these, laborious, hours of just drawing all this shit for this company. And I had been offered the job because I had gone out a couple months before to visit my sister who had been out there on it. She was out visiting, and I had gone into this place to visit this guy. He saw one of my drawings, and he said if I could give him the drawing, he would let me come out there if I moved out there and start to try to work there. So anyway, long story short, I was in a strange place, and I didn't have my bearings for that part of 98. So what I did is I started going to these different little malls. I found a little like a Kinokuniya place, and it was mostly Beast Wars stuff that later Beast Wars stuff that I started really being interested in. And you would see all the different, like you're talking about, sort of offshoots of McFarlane's influence, the Quake, things like that. And there was a place called Time Tunnel Toys. I think it's still in operation. And it was a consignment shop that specialized in toys. And when you go over to Akihabara, those areas, and they have those, like, basically it's like a pavilion of just glass cases of people's collections. It was kind of like that. So it was just a big room, and lining the entire room were just glass cases. And so they had a ton of stuff in there. And I remember getting I was into the expanded universe Star Wars stuff. And I picked up, I think it was a Kyle Katarn figure from there. And I picked up Captain America from the Pocket Superheroes. And it was, I started to slowly develop this little loop. So I'd go to the Toys R Us, I'd hit the Japanese food mart in the morning. I'd drop my roommate off at Macy's. I'd have something to eat, and I'd go around and then end up at Time Tunnel. And then I'd go into the back of that place where there was a place called Eduardo's Burritos, and it was like $4 for the best burrito. To this day, the best burrito I ever had. There wasn't even a sign on it. It was like a speakeasy of burritos.
This was
and then I would go back and I'd work.
24 years ago, and you haven't had a better burrito.
I haven't. It is. There was a place called Carmel's that my buddy Glenn, when he was USC, was pretty good. I like that burrito so much that when he came home for Christmas break, I had asked him to bring me one of those burritos, put it in a cooler, flew home with the burrito, and had to fill the cooler with ice, and then continue home. And I met him at his house, and he had bought the burrito, and I think about maybe 17 to 20 hours had passed. And he gave me the burrito, and he's like, he's very, you've met Glenn. He's very like, draws like, dude, you're not going to really eat that, are you? I mean, it's kind of a joke. And I said, of course I'm going to eat it. So I ate it in front of his parents, who were disgusted. And then I ate it quick, and then I ate like 4 fudgicles. And then I absolutely decimated their downstairs bathroom, which was one of those bathrooms that's, who the fuck puts a bathroom in the living room? So they're watching TV, and the door... That
was just the living room.
Dude, it makes no sense. I mean, there's a television, and then 2 feet to the left is a bathroom door that's made of like, paper, like a bamboo door. And so every time I spatabombed, it was like thunder shooting through the entire house. I swear I gave his father, a disease from that. It was horrible. And I'd kind of go like,
it never works. It never works.
No, then I just sound like I have epilepsy. And then I had a horrible reaction, obviously, to this ancient burrito at this point. So I came out of the bathroom drenched in sweat. I was disheveled, and that was it. He was like, I think it's time for you to go. So I went home, and that was it. I haven't slept since.
Let me just say, for those listening to this, there's now a service called Goldbelly. So you do not have to have your friend fly with a 20-hour burrito and then bombard someone's living room bathroom covered in bamboo sheeting. Go to goldbelly.com, use the promo code Toy Pizza, and nothing will happen because they are not a sponsor.
Yeah, you just coined a 20-hour burrito.
I mean, you get a 5-hour window at best.
Oh, I mean, this thing was like, it looked like
wait.
We'll
get back to toys in a little bit, but I'm just saying that, like, that you're about to eat a burrito that's over 15 hours old, and you decide to chase that with fudgesicles.
I mean, so here's the thing about the fudgesicles. Fudgesicles around here in the summer when we were younger, they were a big thing. So it wasn't Jello Pops, which I loved. I love Jello Pops. I don't love Cosby, but I love Jello Pops. And then Fudgicles was like the deep cut. So my buddy Glenn, his mom would buy Fudgicles because we would go over there in high school, and like we were like a prototype for Jackass. His father had a video camera, and we would do stupid, skits and stupid videos and edit them and wave like Navy swords around each other's faces and like.
Is this the guy that you would like beat up?
No, that's Chris Coxon. He's a stand-up comic, and we're all really weird fuckers here in the Northeast. We get too much time on our hands and video cameras, and things happen that are not, OnlyFans. And it was like Fudgicles was the thing. So every time when we went to college, well, he went to college and stayed there. I ended up in multiple colleges, and then ended up just going across the country for like 2 months doing, just visiting the country. And when I came home, whenever we would come home, once I get settled, we'd go to Glenn's house, and his mom would always buy a box of Fudgicles. It was like Glenn, my buddy Alex, and my buddy Chris, not Chris Biro fighting Chris, another Chris, Chris Vegas show person, Chris. So we would all eat the Fudgicles, and we would try to eat as many Fudgicles as we could in the shortest amount of time that we could. And Glenn and I would usually, maybe it was our Italian genetics allowed us to just absorb the Fudgicles through our pores.
Right.
And we would,
as Italians do.
Yes,
Isn't that
it's a big thing with the Italians, the Fudgicles and the.
And that's what Andrew Lloyd Webber calls the cats. They're Fudgicle cats.
Gross. Oh man. Yeah, anyway, that's why the Fudgicles, Nikki, because that's what we did. We all ate Fudgicles. It's funny that you bring, as usual, some kind of demented, strata appears. I was just thinking about, because I had a very busy, weird week. Actually, as I was working here today, I heard this crazy sound outside, and I went outside, and there was a car had flown off the road and crashed into a tree exactly across from my house. And
everyone was like, "Can anyone lift a tree with their bare hands?"
I mean, I caught it, and it was like, when you have like 800 appointments at your house at one time, like, the cable guy, the water guy, whatever. It was like that. And then in the middle of that, a car crashes, but for whatever reason, the guy's car was filled, just absolutely filled with paper product. So it exploded, and it was just like papers and looked like McDonald's.
He was going around to all the restaurants stealing the napkins for wave 3.
That's like Jesse Moore with his, he has about, at any given time, 75 Dunkin' Donuts napkins in his cargo pants.
You got to be prepared.
Yeah, well, he always is. Yeah, but anyway, it was a weird day. But as I've been working double time this week because a crazy pattern showed up for a project that is insane. This thing has like nearly 40 parts. It's a new figure coming out from one of the makers, and so I'm going through the thing, and so I started listening to on the algorithm. I was listening to TNT, an old metal band, and then I started listening to it, and then the algorithm caught it, and then it just started playing all these songs from the late 80s, early 90s metal songs. And Glenn was the guy that I used to listen to all that stuff with. We would drive out after we would, go at night on a school night, drive like 40 minutes to like Coconuts Records out on some shitty highway.
Oh my God, I love Coconuts.
It's awesome. And they had the best international metal selection. So we would get it on cassette and then put it in his car. He was one, you have your friends, the first friend that has a car. He was that guy.
Yeah.
And I was the last guy to get a car, probably because, that was better for society. But we would drive back late at night. We'd stop and get like a shitty burger at a Wendy's. And then we would drive on these back roads, just listening to like Fate's Warning, driving on roads that we would usually take to go to soccer games, after school and shit. It was really fun. So I was just thinking about him, and it's just, as usual, it's some kind of demented swing set of ideas that slam into each other. But that Glenn was a guy who was in USC, and he works for HBO mixing their television shows. He's very talented musician, and he circuits some brains for anybody.
Oh, you should definitely show him our music and get a professional opinion.
He's not a doctor.
Okay, fair enough. He's like, yes, these men should be committed.
Yeah, it's easily just one word answer. He's a great musician, and but usually we see him when we do decon. One of the other big reasons I like to go out there outside to see George and the Japanese team, and then we always get to hang out, was to see Glenn, and I've known him since I was a boy. So but it's he's very cut of the same cloth, very, very dry sense of humor, very funny guy. But he's seen all the weird shit we all did in high school and junior high and all the rest of it. So kind of funny that we're talking about that burrito right now, because when I went to visit him when I was going cross country. I had gone to Syracuse. I had left Syracuse at the end of the semester. I went to go to Colby Sawyer because they wanted me to play soccer, and they had just gone co-ed. Not Colby Sawyer, which in
I don't know what that sounds like a cheese manufacturer.
Colby is like a good college out this way, and Colby Sawyer was kind of a smaller college. And then they told me they had this art program. Turned out they didn't. They just wanted to get guys who had played soccer or had any kind of, Anyway, I withdrew myself from that school about 4 days in, came home, and I realized there was no way I was going to be able to exist at the house with my mother trying to murder me because I had left college, gone at another college. So I bought a train pass, went into South Station, jumped on a train, and just went west. And I was for about 2 months plus. I stopped at different locations, went to Chicago, went back to Syracuse, see my friends in Nevada, and ended up in California with Glenn. And I remember us getting into an argument about Elton John, and it ended with me throwing a can of, he threw a can of Vienna sausages, because I would live off Vienna sausages that I'd have in my backpack. And
Matt was like, "There's no way he's gay. I'm telling you."
We were arguing about like the merit of writing lyrics versus writing songs, and Glenn loved Elton John, and I was like, it's kind of, it would be cooler if he wrote his own lyrics, and he was like, "Doesn't matter." And then we got, and it escalated. He's like, "Fuck you!" And he took my Vienna sausages and he just gunned them off the porch out and dinged off a bus.
That's my breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing? That's valuable. It's more valuable than Elton John." And then I also remember that his roommate slept in the nude, so I had to sleep on the floor. And then I remember waking up and looking to my right, and his roommate's bare ass was just there in the moonlight, and I realized I had to leave. Yeah.
That's
but it was So anything having to do with Glenn was always interesting.
It certainly sounds that way.
Anyways, toys in '98.
Yeah.
That was like, it was mostly that, and I would go and I read a lot of manga, and I didn't collect so much because my car and off a couch for that first period of time there. Let's call it fall of '98. So I didn't really collect too much. I'd pick and choose things, but I was paying attention. Absolutely. Coincidentally, that Christmas is where I connected with Michelle in '98 of December. And so
then decided to move back, right?
Yeah. Well, I moved back. It took me forever to move back because my brake line ruptured the day I was leaving to drive home. And because my car was...
I had to put my feet through the floor to slow down.
I practically did a Flintstones thing. And my car, because it was registered in Massachusetts, no mechanic would work on it because it was some weird law with brake lines. And so I eventually paid some guy to do it off the books. This awesome Native American guy that I don't know how he knew one of my roommates, but I was there for like 3 weeks trying to get my car fixed. And then when I got it fixed, I left that day.
That's wild.
The day and then I drove home, and then I moved down to Washington D.C. and actually Washington D.C. was interesting. Now technically that's '99.
Oh, you just went back this year, right? On January 6th, weren't you there? You said you had a big project you were working on.
Fuck, that's all my cousins. No one in my family went to that night. Maybe my cousins.
Everyone's got a cousin.
We all got a cousin. But I was getting into Microman 99 stuff. And that was I'd actually go to this mall and Star Wars. I went crazy for that.
It was getting really good. They, that removable helmet Darth Vader came out at '98, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was Shadows of the Empire
that was
coming out?
That was slightly before that. That was probably what, 96, 97?
Yeah, 96.
But that's probably when I got into it.
Yeah,
because
Shadows of the Empire was awesome. You see Dan Toy Galaxy did that history of was good.
Yeah, that was a great little mini series.
Yeah, I really like his shows. But it was. I got heavy into the prequel stuff. I mean, I remember I took Michelle with me to the Midnight Madness, the first one, and she was mortified because we got on television. So they panned down the line, and then she was standing there like, "Oh my god!" And then we went inside,
trying to hide her face behind a Darth Maul on the card.
Well, people saw her on the news, and she was working on Capitol Hill. Speaking of January 6th, and so she was in a company, doing things for the environment, and had an actual job, and she has a master's. She's smart, I'm an idiot, and so I brought her to this thing, and she was just aghast at how vicious people were when they got inside. And this particular guy was he looked like a human mudslide, and just like slaughterhoused himself in, and like did like a Hagar spin, and like just was piling all of the shit in there. He was like, no, so, and I just was watching. All I wanted was a Qui-Gon. It's all I wanted. And and it just was a massacre. And it was one of those things where, the big, in the old Toys R Us, they had that cage in the front when they did the first releases. The cage, the side of the cage, like spilled over. So it was just total mayhem. And she just looked at me. She's like, "What? Why? Why do you want to do this?" Yeah, I was like,
and you're like, "Honey, you're looking at the next 40 to 50 years of your life, God willing."
Yeah, then cut to about a month and a half later, and she was racing home to watch Knights of Tirnanog with me, and then going out with me to try to find the fucking toys at the Toys R Us, because she loved Luke God from that. I don't know if you guys watched that show, but
we just had we did a sort of mystery box from eBay, and there was a Tirnanog in there, and those have aged well. They're all outgassing and sticky.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, all the ones I have are in great shape, but I never put them behind plastic. Like,
Yeah.
I really love that line, and
Yeah, it's a good line.
They had the killer like extended plan for that line. I think I showed you when you were up here one of the times where in one of my Bandai Chigokin books, Mooks, in the back they had all of these drawings that were going to be for the next line, and it was wicked good. And
I mean, the villains from that line, which aren't that easy to track down, they're fantastic. They are like
the best.
Really great toys, really great character designs.
You remember I customized the dragons and everything? Like I cut them in half with the 8-inch ones, and I made like dragon men, and I made a Rowan. I used Magneto from the Age of Apocalypse. I cut his head off, and I fused it on a joint, put it on the Rowan second version. I repainted the whole thing, gave him a cape, and I played with that thing like crazy. God, I can't believe how many hours I put into that shit.
And a line that was very, very articulated for the time, which wasn't, there were not. This was pre-Marvel Legends easily, so there was not a ton of options for a big range of motion like that one.
Well, I think that the line really hit its stride in 99, 2000, 2002. I think it was about done. So I mean, it had a little bit of crossover. Like that was the cascade of joints. I mean, you remember? I mean, you and I talked about this 1,000 times, but it's funny when you have perspective on collecting. I remember always being like, being pissed because I wanted more joints on certain figures, but certain figures I didn't want more joints on. So. Do you remember when all the Max Factory Guyver box sets came out? And that was like, they moved at the arms, basically, when they were fully painted. Yeah. And I spent, hours upon hours putting inner skeletons inside those and shredding and cutting down with blades. And
they were beautiful sculpts.
Oh, they did utilize, I think, I don't know if they use the same information because those are hand sculpts at the time, but for the BFC line, which I know you picked up a Guyver recently, that Biofighter collection. That Biofighter collection, I mean, it has some, unfortunately, it has some breakage issues in some of the, the joints in that waist. It's like the gigantic dark tends to snap at the waist, but I picked all those up as they came out. The only ones I didn't get was like that Purgasthal guy, and the one I want the most was Amakara Mirabilis, which is Murakami's ultimate Zoolord form. Their things go like for $1,500 now on eBay. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a long time to get that Guyver at a reasonable price. It's a fantastic toy.
Yeah.
For all the thoughtfulness of it, it's very weird that they just sort of agree that the shoulder pads are going to fall off. Like they do not address the shoulder pads in any way.
Remember I was telling you that was and so I drilled a hole through the shoulder pad, the shoulder, and the other part, and I put a styrene pin through it, and then I sculpted and sanded over it. And I think I ended up giving mine, somehow it ended up, I think Josh from Collection DX ended up with it at some point. I think he actually reviewed it with those pins that I put in it, but I hadn't finished it. So, and eventually, I got one to finish, but that was really like that's almost a deal breaker for me. Did you pick up the Figma version?
Yes. And it's the vintage version is head and shoulders so much better of a toy. The Figma one really, it doesn't work for me.
You know what one was good? The Figma, the female Guyver 2, Valkyria from the manga. That's funny. We're talking about Guyver because Katie just got into Guyver, and we were like forced at gunpoint to get Hulu for Cece. And then all of a sudden I'm like, fuck, Hulu's pretty good. They have Trigun, they have Guyver. Yeah. They have the second Guyver series of animation, not the one we grew up with.
Right.
The second one goes on and covers the first, after they blow up the bioship, it's they actually animated Aptom fighting Zector, the old Neo Zector. You remember that one where he disintegrates himself to basically try to kill him, and then Gigantic appears. But Katie's like now into it, so I had to dig up all my biofighter stuff. But
well, you're doing parenting right. Second question here, because we are actually going to see Batman '89 at the drive-in at 8.
Oh, really? Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Have you ever seen that movie? It's wild.
It's good.
Jackass. Yeah, you guys have your weird Joker connection from later.
There's nothing weird about it. We are Joker-fied, and
you're very Joker-fied.
And honestly, he seems sane to me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's the world that's crazy.
That makes sense. Are you really going to see Batman tonight, or are you going to have a burrito?
No, there's not going to be any burritos. We are going to see it. We're unsure how the baby's going to react, but we're going to try it out.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that the baby will probably enjoy the movie
or fall asleep.
If you're lucky, she'll fall asleep. That's a very smart child, though.
Yes, she is.
Okay. So smart. That's an unusually intelligent child.
Second question: where do you see the toy industry being in 5 years? And we'll listen back to this in 5 years' time. I'd like to get a prediction from you, Matt Doughty.
Yeah, in 5 years, we want to see where Fudgicles is at.
I mean, I want the Jello Pops to return.
Yeah, well, their spokesman is newly out of prison, so I think that
they're getting him like back on the horse as soon as possible. And he's trying out the TikTok thing,
but he's not allowed to DM anyone.
My memories, for God's sake, let the Jello Pops drift into my subconscious and leave it alone. Just leave the Jello Pops alone.
If you feel sleepy after eating a Jello Pop, there's a reason.
And that's what pacified a generation of children.
Yeah, it's like fluoride. The fluoride.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it gives you brain damage, but makes your teeth amazing. I had a treatment on my teeth when I was
no. Answer the question. 5 years from now,
it connects to it. But I did, and it's strange because they put this weird shit on, sealed my teeth and my sister's teeth. I've never had a cavity in my whole life. Maybe it's because they sealed my teeth because they knew I was going to need them to answer this fucking question.
Exactly. It was all building into this.
I imagine that all of our figures will cost $2 to $4 more than they do now.
Oh, I think you're being optimistic.
I mean, we always, you actually, get a good return on what you do. We are we're at the skin. We've always been at the skin with it. So I hope that we're still doing it. I know some of the makers will absolutely you will still be going at it. Some guys probably will have moved on. I think as far as everything, I think the majority of things are just going to continue to be online. I think the Hasbro and Mattel will they'll build out they'll make something else even more, almost like every 3 days they'll probably have some sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's just to stay in the line. I imagine that, unfortunately, I think even within 5 years we're still going to be dealing with some of this COVID shit. And hopefully it won't be, all that nice shit, but more than likely, we might also not have the best situation sitting in the White House either. So I imagine
you mean China, God Emperor Baron Trump in 5 years?
I mean, you have to factor in so many unfortunate things when you ask a 5-year
twist.
out.
Here's the twist. He's a Democrat.
Did you learn that in your writing course?
No, I can see the future.
What the hell are you asking me for?
I got one of them.
Oh, wait a minute. You knew what I was going to say.
So, I knew you were going to say that.
There you go. I mean, I don't think any major shifts are going to happen till probably 10 years out. Once we all talk about the printers. and what that means. And what you're doing with the digital files and how you allow, because it's pretty free flowing right now. You don't really have any security measures for any of it. But most of the people that are interested in all this stuff that we're all doing, or you're doing, it's a nice tight handful. It's not seas of anonymity. So you're able to have a little bit of the honor system still work. But those kinds of files, digital work, I can just attest for a fact, as I work with the different makers, almost everybody's switched over to digital at this point. You're half and half.
Yeah.
I still try to do everything here. Irwin is like one of the last greats. Groman, Fraley. There's plenty of guys, and NECA's got a bunch of guys that do awesome work. All hand sculpts. But the majority of things going digital. It's just, like you said it a long time ago when we would talk about this. Also, just being able to have an archive of all your assets digitally. It really does. It is very helpful. But I think you'll just see more and more of that. And I think guys are getting better at solving the symmetry. When things are mirrored and it has that little bit of lifelessness that.
Yeah, that irks me, man.
Yeah, but people went through the same thing, like when they were making movies. Now they're able to like put into the algorithm the imperfection of things, so they purposely move an eye a little bit.
It's a new technology. I just got this. There's this magazine subscription service. I think it's from like the Video Game Museum or something, where they send you vintage video game magazines. You can like select the era. So Game I got Pro. One. Yeah, I got a Game Pro from '99, and Photoshop was relatively new at that point.
Yeah.
And the graphic design in these magazines is horrendous. You can't read these ads. There's so much dead space.
Oh yeah.
And also, you couldn't capture games at that high of a resolution. No, so there's all these tiny little thumbnails, and the graphics is like shit anyway. But, the same way everybody sort of leans way too heavily on mirroring their 3D sculpts instead of, sculpting.
Yeah, going in and adding the personality, the nuances, right?
But we're going to, my point is we're going to look back with the same horror that I look back at this Game Pro in.
Yeah, it's a very good comparison. I had recently talked to John Kent about this very thing. We're talking about Die Hard, Game Pro, EGM, and how we would all, I was exposed to those because my mom would go get her hair cut, and her barbershop, her salon was above a pharmacy. And so I would go into the pharmacy and I would basically read every magazine on that rack. Yeah. And that's
you gonna buy something?
Oh, they knew me I would usually buy the EGM, but I remember it was Electronic Gaming Monthly issue 2. And I remember seeing it and being exactly because we were all so obsessed with games at that point.
Yeah.
But at the time, I'm like, oh, the quality of this magazine is great, and I'm looking at the cover, and it's like this piece of shit, graphic of like different games coming like out of a whirlpool of time, but it's like absolutely, there was no designer, I think, even hired for it. It was probably a dude who was just like, get your cousin Timmy and, put the overlay on it, and like you could see like the X-Acto cuts on the NES. But it is true, and we're seeing it just with sculpts as they come through, and there's just the magic to imperfection. Maybe I like it even more because with that blindness and everything, like I appreciate like an eye that's a little lower than the other one, or a hand that's not just quite the same, or the left jawline isn't perfectly symmetrical to the right. I feel like I key right into something when I see it too mirrored. But then sometimes the mirroring is just right, and even when you do a mechanical piece, it makes sense to mirror it. But I still like to go in and screw with things. I mean, we went through this with Sen.
Oh yeah, big time. Sen is the least symmetrical mechanical item, in creation, I'd say.
I mean, and then you can go, let's still say we talk about Sen for a moment. So Sen's feet like his lower parts, right, are technically, it looks like Beef Strong took them and mirrored them, but then put those dents and hits in them, right? So when Beef Strong did his work, then Jack went in and did his work. Then we did the print, right? And then that was one of those things where usually the factory will do an output and do the print. But remember, we had them also make a gypsum,
right,
as well. And then the gypsum came, and then we went in and, beat the shit out of it with the knife.
Yeah, it's we together we managed to pull it off. It was amazing that we managed to pull that off.
Yeah, it was cool because it really speaks to what this brief little mini subject. When you have a digital asset and then it travels into the physical world, then you apply pressure on certain areas and push and pull the details physical way. That's also why I think this figure has it resonates in a very interesting way, because it's truly a hybrid. This is a figure that had a knife go over the whole thing, but was created digitally, modified by you and Jack. I put the knife to it, probably 75, 80 hours with the knife, going over the whole thing, and then sending the pattern back, and then it goes through its, the process of tooling. And it's fascinating because he's an interesting one, because that we don't usually have that happen. If an output gets sent here, I'll go over it and I'll push and pull things, right? So something like Mighty Maniacs, those are all digital assets. And then we make the patterns, printouts from the factory sent here. I'll go over them. Just a couple little things I had to push and pull. They're almost nothing, but they were really high detail prints. And the person sculpting them pushed the lines really far. It was actually a McFarlane sculptor that did that for Rocom, which is public information. So it's like when we talk about the team working on the different figures, I mean, just think about what Radek went through. But Radek was really interesting because it went like reverse of that, right? So that comes from multiple points all pulled together, and then he comes out, he's a digital output, but he was born out of not only a digital genesis point, but also reconfiguring of physical parts that were scanned. It's really interesting how they come about in each figure. And and then you have Irwin, who's, we're just, he's special, right?
Yeah, he's like, he is a Renaissance level artist. We do have to leave it there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Nikki, any last quick questions for Matt?
No, I just been seeing the movies that made us, and just like Jurassic Park episode kind of echoes like what you're saying about just like kind of the industry shifting, right? So obviously, like, there's something special about like practical effects, and then there's also like 10 or even 20 years later, people go back to doing practical effects because there's still something special about doing it the old-fashioned way,
tangible, tactile.
But then you have something like The Mandalorian, where it's just like, what? Why don't we do almost post special effects live? So it's almost like you are having something like a Sen 5 process where you do
crazy. Good. That's a good perspective. It's that Mandalorian, how they had that weird like back screen that they would just shoot with it. It is that fusion, I guess, where on a closing note, that is what if we're talking about into the future, it is the interface. It's the man-machine interface, really, in a funny way. It's the cyber fusion. Yeah. So you're utilizing everything the computer can give you. Then you're adding human imperfection to create that balance. And I think it can't be understated the importance of how humans have to relate to imperfection. It's less
hands-on.
Yeah, it's less intimidating, and you can identify with it. And that's, stupid things like the Synchroborg, the half and half face. He's got a robotic right eye. I can't see out of my right eye. But it's funny things, because these are they're pieces of the puzzle if anybody ever wants to put them together, but it has to do with the tools at your disposal. So maybe in 5 years there'll be an even cooler interface where you're drawing. It's already there, but you're really easily accessing a way to draw and then three-dimensionally fuse that piece. Now you're able to print out something, and maybe that'll be what's the hot shit in 5 years, and that'll really even the playing field as far as that goes. Because what could someone want more than their own character, really?
Yeah, hey, maybe we'll all be making toys.
Yeah, I think so. Well, enjoy Batman.
Thank you.
Kiss the baby.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. I've never seen it before.
You won't believe the ending. He eats this 20-hour taco and he shits off the Empire State Building.
All right, man.
Chocolate Rain starts playing. It's insane.
Stays
Wear
on
your
that.
campers.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Pizza out.
They're probably going to shoot me with the same gun they used on Bernie Sanders and give me a heart attack. So we got to be very, very brief here and stay off landlines. But we have the first Toy Pizza Con in 3 years happening. Technically our second live Toy Pizza Con. So I wanted to talk about that today. Although Nikki has a little baby to take care of. So probably going to be prioritizing, the life of that child over our sweaty geek get together, which is the right choice, I think.
For the fans out there that are wondering, I do plan on attending. I'm not sure if I will bring stuff. I mean, it's
you're not invited, so it's like
that's
it's
true.
nice.
But I might show up on the premises unannounced, and I may have a few items for sale.
It'll be on site.
It's my practice circumcision.
Yeah, he's going to set up a little booth with a tent over it.
Yeah.
And there's what you would call a glory hole there. And he has a cigar chopper.
Yeah.
And for pennies on the dollar, you're going to be a new man.
This is the next crypto that's going to boom. I have a feeling.
But why do I feel like this is going to be another paywall podcast?
Circumcoin.
Might have to be.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this will be a special one. What you can use that new crypto to listen to it.
It's true.
Yeah, because you're going to need therapy immediately after finishing.
You mean Pizza Coin? Why, that's a great segue. Yes, it's true. We are launching. No, I'm kidding. I won't do that.
You do it.
Could you launch Pizza Coin on Kickstarter, like a crowdfunded coin?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not sure the rules and regulations there.
There are none.
But in any case, this is a monumental time because one, Nikki's got a new addition to the family. Two, we have Diver coming very, very soon. And three, we have Toy Pizza Con. And, I thought it would be a good time to just run through what we're looking forward to in the live event, what fans can sort of look forward to, and kind of also to bring you guys up to speed, because with the sort of atomized nature of present day, things really slip through the cracks. So I think the headliner for Toy Pizza Con is really going to be this Project Moonshot. And that's what I've sort of used as the code name for it. It's been many years in progress. Nikki just got to see the photos we saw today, Matt, so he is relatively up to speed on the latest. And I'm kind of wrestling with how much I want to say and what I don't want to say. I would say people are going to get to see everything July 16th at Toy Pizza Con, Happy Valley, Beacon, New York. But I don't know. How do we prepare the fragile minds of the world for what Moonshot actually is?
So I didn't see Moonshot like when it came out. But I am a big fan of Patrick Bateman. I liked him in Watchmen, and it was a pretty good storyline. I liked Sam from Game of Thrones. But basically it was kind of like, I've seen this already.
No, Nikki, that was the wrong email. I'm sorry. I sent you the wrong email completely.
Oh, that's Moonfall. I didn't
Yes,
see that
correct.
movie. It's like, I don't think anyone that's listening to this like
No
even
one
knows
did.
what that movie is. But yeah, Moonfall, Patrick Bateman.
Doughty, what do you want to tease out about this? This has been as much your heavy lifting as it has been mine and our collaborators. Where are you at with it? How do you feel about it? What do you think?
Man, I mean, it's what an interesting time for it to actually come to fruition, you know, at sort of the tail end of the great shut-in, you know. The people that have worked on it, it's been touched by almost everybody inside the design circle that we both employ together. And where it finally ended up, we saw these pictures, as Jesse was saying, we saw these pictures this morning. It's the final sculpt is being handled by somebody who's been in the game longer than any of us, and is sort of a enigmatic master, and spotted very rarely, and connected to,
and also somebody who is, correct me if I'm wrong, new to Golios in that capacity, right?
Yeah, he knows what it is, but this is the first project that he's ever worked on, you know, in a production capacity. You know, I know we're trying to keep a lot of this stuff sort of contained, because the rollout, again, the Toy Pizza Con is sort of, this is a little bit of a compact situation, but that's where it's going to be really revealed. What I can say, I guess, I mean, you know how we do it. We want to talk about fucking everything yesterday, but usually we keep things tight to the vest. This is an interesting thing because it bridges the gap on multiple past productions and projects, because we're hitting 15 years in production in about 3 weeks, and it's kind of
congratulations.
Yeah, you know, we dragged our asses somewhere close to a finish line, and this project, in a lot of ways, is a fusion of all of these different ideas and sort of play mechanics. Even though things were slow for the last couple of years in some regards, a lot of really cool projects have been coming into the fast track. Pat Bussey's new Biomass Mutant, you know, finally debuted. We'd worked on that for forever, and there was a lot of heads involved in that one. And this is sort of following suit, and especially in regard to your, I mean, I think it's funny because, you know, like we were talking about recently, you sort of snuck up on everybody with having, you know, so many figures, so many unique sculpts done, and you and Nikki were in hyper time, like I've said, you know, between the three of us many times. You guys did like what we took us all these years. You guys did it on the fast track. That's also why you see the ups and downs happen so fast too. It's, you know, twice as bright sort of, you know, philosophy. And it's so seeing this figure come after the big boys out, and then, you know, coming right after Diver, it makes a lot of sense. I think your fans are all, we all share a lot of fans, but your specific guys are going to be, I think they're going to be surprised and sort of super happy with this thing. Not just because of the pedigree that's coming from the people that are working on it, but also because it's a lot of this effort coming to fruition. And it's resurrecting a couple old things that haven't been utilized, but were pioneered and then sort of stopped. You know, I'm playing a little bit of a shell game here, but it's something that's really fun over any other thing. It's fun. It's got a ton of cool references. If you like 16-bit games, 8-bit games, if you like, you know, shitty sci-fi, if you like Guyver, if you like Metroid, if you like any of that shit, which I'm pretty sure we all do, this thing is sort of like that hybrid speaking of babies, this thing is the, the home birth baby of all these wild minds working together. And I think it should be a great reveal. Like anything, I'm sure some people look at it and go, what the hell is this? But that's sort of the point of what we do with all of our projects. We don't want people to just say, oh, it's that again. We're trying to do things that are challenging. We try to do things that are weird. We're all weird as hell naturally, so it's not forced. We're naturally fucked up, so we do weird things. And I think it's important that we pursue that, even if we grind this thing down to the bone. I think there's enough people out there that want to eat somewhere outside of, that cafeteria. They want to hunt their food. They want to do their thing. They want to eat weird shit. They want to play with strange things. They want to meet people that are a little bit difficult sometimes, but are honest. This kind of figure, these kinds of projects, that's representative of all of our endeavors here, all of them, So I feel like, even though we could twist and turn this and talk about all the specifics, but let's wait until we do it because we're all going to be together, which hasn't happened in a long time, truly, with an extended, not just like a 4-hour trip. We're going to be down there supporting you in showing our team, to the great, watching your back. You'll be Mark, you'll be PJ, our New England crew will be rolling down there, and it'll be fun to sort of reveal this thing in person. And I think it's going to be a good one. It's a good way to go into whatever the hell is going to happen next for you, for us, and for this other entity that's a partner on this. It's not just a person hired to do the sculpting. It's a person and a team that everybody knows and does their own incredible work. And this particular person that sculpted it is sort of a secret weapon of this group. So we were really, really, really lucky to get him to do this. And it's kind of funny because I met this guy because of you way back.
Yeah. What night was that?
That was the Gerard Butler night. And this particular fella he's a little bit of a lone
Nikki,
gunman.
hold up? Let me pause you there. Nikki, do you know the Gerard Butler evening?
He knows the story.
Isn't it like he was at a table nearby in a restaurant?
Yeah.
It was one of Jesse's soirees at this place called Craft Bar. And this was back right as we were just getting into production on Glyos. And Jesse was slinging with the big boys. There was everybody who's anybody at this dinner.
There was guys Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Les Wexner. Everybody was there.
Epstein. If people could see how you would dress right now, it would feel even weird about that comment. But yeah, it was a group of these, the guys that are all working in the industry at the high levels now, and they were all having a big dinner, and there were about 15 of you at that table, and then we rolled in, and it was Jesse and Mark, Megan, and I, and we had just come. It was Toy Fair, and we had just rolled in, and Jesse had invited us to come out, and so we were all, New England, like we walked out from under a bridge, and we walk into this bar, and everybody in there is dressed to the nines. And anyway, one thing led to another, and Gerard Butler, from famous 300 actor, he came over somehow. One of Jesse's buddies drew a picture of him talking about Craft Bar with a 300 thing, Xavier, right? X, or one of your buddies, and he drew this, and so he sent it over to Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler comes over and just immediately just meshed with everybody. But he saw our table, which was adjacent to the cool kids table, and he saw me. I had a crepe that I were a little toy, and I was showing it to a kid who happened to somehow be in this freaking bar at this hour with their parents. And he looked at me and he goes, what the fuck is that? What are you doing? I'm like, what? And I'm like, Jesus, it's Gerard Butler. And he comes over. He's like, were you giving toys to strange kids? what are you? And he's like, and anyway, I got up and showed him.
Wait, what did he call? He called you Dark Santa, right?
He
Like
did.
some
He goes,
Dark Santa.
Some kind of fucking Dark Santa. Yeah, we beat this story to the ground, but it was real. And so he started talking to all of us. He was a super nice guy. Then he invited us all to go with him and some very mysterious, suspicious looking characters over at his table to some burlesque show, which
I remember there was an ex-IDF guy there who was hitting on my girlfriend.
Yes, hard.
Yeah.
So, but after that had happened, I saw this guy at the bar, and I went over to him, and I knew he was, again, adjacent to your group, and so I went over and started talking to him, and it was this guy who, now fast forward today, who sculpted this moonshot figure, and he was a notoriously sort of private guy, but maybe our heritage, Italian heritage, somehow cut through. But we hit it off, and he was a really cool guy who done a lot of cool shit. So I think back to that. Night. It's kind of funny that we're in this big, long email thread and all these texts and all this shit working on this figure for a long time. And, and this figure was born, it's Jesse's concept. It's Jesse's, another one of his passion projects. He had Gavin work with him on the initial designs. I'm a huge fan of Gavin's.
Gavin was over here, and we were eating a bunch of corn cobs and bones, and we just came up with the design. Gavin does eat. He eats like a goat. Like, that sounds like a joke. It's not.
He's a healthy guy. I mean, he's a wizard.
Anyone that has their meals on all fours, they're healthy.
He does like things on all fours. I know he's been trying to get Jesse to do a dog for I don't know how long.
What's
it been? 7 years?
Well, look, I think that's well said about Moonshot. I want to move the spotlight over to Nikki Fung. So
wait, to close that out though, yes. At the con, is it debuting there, or it's just to look at and play with, or can people? We're going
to be showing off at least a prototype, if not a paint master. We're probably not doing any kind of pre-order on this, and to temper expectations, this is probably a 2023 figure.
Yeah.
Just bearing all the delays and every issue that is sort of stacking up right now.
Yeah, and you want to give a little bit of some breathing room to Diver too. And I mean, we tried to make sure that this figure, there's an element to it that's different than all the other things that we usually do. So we had to really thread the needle to make sure this thing works with everything that you guys have done and also what we've done. So it's a little bit different, and we will be debugging it. I mean, what you're going to see at Toy Pizza Con is still being debugged. You're gonna get to see something in motion, and if all works out, you're going to be able to talk to some of the people that worked on it, physically sculpted it, and that's a special thing unto itself. So the plan is to show it. The plan is to get it out there. We're all trying to still figure out exactly. It's going to be like Jesse said, a 2023 figure, just as we're expecting some delays in the fall. Obviously, we're not completely out of the woods yet. And I'm sure that there'll be some things going on over in China that will slow things down. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So it will be, you're going to get to see the full thing. The full Monty shall be revealed.
And we don't often make it a point to broadcast what our next moves are, but because it's Toy Pizza Con and we're finally doing it live again, I'm going to sort of peel back the veil.
It's special.
That's fair, because at the other way back when, the Toy Pizza Con, that's where you announced the Acid Rain figures, right? It wasn't it was just the logos.
Yeah.
So moving over to Nikki. So this year we're moving from Cold Spring to Beacon, New York, the next town up. Great town. We are at Happy Valley, which is a bar arcade, and there's going to be food there. There's going to be water and drinks. I know we ran into a lot of hot people with no water at the first Toy Pizza Con. My question for Nikki is, now you like to come and visit Beacon. You are a gourmand for sure, par excellence. Why don't you give people your recommendations for Beacon Main Street? And I know what your number one pick is going to be, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Well, is this going to be like on the main street?
It is, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
and it's actually like across the street and I think one block up from probably the first place you're going to recommend.
Is it Mod Burger? Oh,
no, you're
yeah, Peaceful
your
Provisions.
Peaceful
Sorry.
Provisions, yeah.
Oh yeah, like honestly, I don't even want to tell you that it's vegan because that already like scares a lot of people away. But these are some of the best damn donuts that you can get in the country. It's so good. They've been doing it. They're like only open like 3 days a week, and they sell out all the time. Now they have like a spot on Main Street. They have all these crazy flavors, like depending on when you go in. Definitely grab a donut from them, and then for like good eats, burgers, and what have you, Mod Burger's awesome too. But yeah, Peaceful Provisions, man.
Do you now? You can't just like show up at Peaceful Provisions. You got to have a plan. So our show opens at 10 a.m. on Saturday. What do you recommend people do if they got to have these donuts? What's the strategy?
Don't go to Toy Pizza Con. Just go for the donuts.
No, cut his mic. Cut his mic.
No, just like I always make it a point to just kind of be number 1, 2, or third customer of the day. Get the donuts in a box and just like leave it in your car. Get an ice pack, throw it on the seat, carry it at Toy Pizza Con. Just don't miss out. I don't want this to be an advertisement for Peaceful Provisions, but definitely.
Well, they're a sponsor today, so.
Oh, they are. Okay, so thank you to our sponsor. Thank you to a Circumcoin and
Circumcoin.
No.
But yeah, there's gonna be really good eats there, and I know it's just a week there. I plan on having a few pieces of my own for the fans that love to grab a Nikki Custom or I forgot what that Candy Customs. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, that'd be great to bring those back. Yeah, so we got obviously Happy Valley, great venue, vintage arcade games, Peaceful Provisions, just right across the street. Mod Burger, which you mentioned, probably my most favorite burger that there is. That's down towards the end. Clutter Gallery is there on Main Street. There is a Doctor Who themed restaurant I've never been in. I don't know if I could recommend it. It's there. It exists. Just that, there's so much to see and do on Beacon Main Street. You can really make a day of it. If you're dragging a partner or a spouse to it, there's probably something on Main Street that, for them as well. It's also worth mentioning our show is on Saturday. The following day, Sunday, there's Beacon Flea Market, which is just a few blocks from where the venue is. And I have scored so many amazing things at this Beacon Flea, including setting up and being a vendor there. It's absolutely not to be missed if you are in town for the weekend. So I think that's another key thing I would add on your to-do list.
What is that burrito place? That's
Tito Santana's.
That's
near Clutter?
No, not Tito Santana's.
There's a couple burrito places.
It's across the street
Taco
from
Bell?
Clutter.
No, it was a place kind of across from Clutter.
Yeah.
Gallery, and that was good. That's why I'm coming.
That's Tito Santana's.
I want to eat at that place that's not Tito Santana's. What is it called?
Tito Santana's. I'm pretty sure.
No, that's the wrestler from the 80s.
Yeah.
I think it's called place. Mike Santana's.
He works in the kitchen there.
Mike.
That's the one. What have you guys been picking up lately? What have you procured in the collectibles realm? Nikki, you're collecting babies, obviously.
Yes, I have 2. I was gonna say that this past weekend was 5 points, and I could probably speak at length at just like how different it was. Like both, it's like pros and cons. There was
temperature wise.
My God, that is a con for a con. It felt smaller. It felt really small. I felt like I circled the show. rather quickly. But I actually have it right here. And this, like, the thing is, like, about conventions and stuff like that, you see things, you see people, friends or people that you meet there, that kind of get the gears turning. And I was just like, oh man, like when I jump on my next venture, like I already have ideas. I really want to make a soft vinyl. That's basically what it comes down to.
Oh yeah.
I plan on making a soft vinyl. But engineering wise, like I want to make something like in the genius that, like, Realhead, for example, you make a body and just swap all the heads in. Arms, same thing with like Glyos, you have all this swappability, swap oppable. I ended up buying this just because of the size, and I passed this like 3 or 4 times. And for those of you who are just listening, it's a Sun Guts Megalodon, and like in comparison to other Sofubi, this is $200. I've seen stuff that is like smaller, doesn't move for more, you know. But
I'm shocked it's so cheap. That's a great value for the size of that thing.
Exactly. So I passed it twice because this is what I'm trying to say. Like about the con being small, it was a good and bad because I circled the con. There weren't really any lines. I was able to like pass this 3 times and like let it like stew. Like, should I get that? Should I not get it? It's marbled. But I played with like one of my friends, and I was like, "Oh, that actually is really cool." But I went to go check it again. It was standing like this on the table when I first saw it.
Upright.
And then I go back, and then I was like, "Wait a minute." Now he's looking up, so I was just like, "Oh, it's this neck piece, right?" That like almost like it reminded me of like an elbow, like or like a swing joint that like from Glyos. That it's like you can do that, and it's like you don't really get that from Sofubi because it's very limited in the movement. And same thing, the way that it's designed, the tail actually is, you know, like symmetrical, so it actually can go like this, and it actually like keeps the proportions, and it's like, you know, the scales, for example, they're the same whether it's upside down or not. Or same thing with the gills, it's the same as if it's upside down or not. So I was like, man, that is like fantastic, and I just can't stop playing with it. And it's been a long time since like I was able to play, or I had the desire to just keep playing and messing around with the toy. And that's like what toys are supposed to do. It's supposed to, like, you know, kind of inspire you and inspire that creativity. And, you know, toys are meant to be played with.
Yeah, and you don't see engineering as like even a secondary concern for a lot of vinyl. It's just sort of like, it's vinyl, it's largely stationary. You know, there's not thought to the twisting of things and aesthetically how it looks. So yeah, that's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, so like I don't know whether or not if I, you know, when I say, for example, make a Sofubi and it has a head and, you know, the heads are like swappable, do a neck piece like that, or even just like having elbow like for arms. Like people don't do that. And I just think that like that angle piece changes this giant thing. And the size, I'm like, already I was drawn to it, but that just changes just how fun this toy is. So I was like, man, I'm really happy I went, and I'm really happy I grabbed it. And especially when it sold out, I was like, I'm really happy that I grabbed it. So yeah, I thought you guys would appreciate that, especially you, Matt.
Oh yeah, I mean, vinyl can do a lot of things. I mean, you know, especially because it's hollow, you can get even crazier with it and cut into it. Not that particular piece because that's a finished piece, but you know, we spent years making vinyl almost exactly like what you're describing. You know, rigs, armadocks, wedges, blocks, switch pins, warp bikes, race. The problem is it's expensive. That's the only downside to that, you know, but it's so fun. It's funny that you bring vinyl up because I'm up here in Gloucester, and my father really liked the vinyl stuff that we used to do. So, but it's big, so it gets put away, but it's laying around the house because my sister's kid plays with them. And it's just kind of interesting to look at that stuff. So you have a real head piece next to it, a rolled rig next to, you know, some wild thing that we picked up at Super Festival like a decade ago. It would be, you know, if you're going to dive back into that end of it, you know, I would love to see what you in particular would do. Whether it was, I know, you know, soft vinyl is your preference over Rotocast Chinese, but you know, you got so much more to do, Nikki. You know what I mean? Like you got such a huge open horizon. Even though you got two daughters now, so you just have to learn to sculpt while you have one on your back. that's what you have to do. I can't tell you how many things I sculpted where I had a kid either on my back or next to me for all those years, you know. And it's
just dropping
kind of
hot
amazing.
wax onto the baby's head.
No wax. But it's I think it's kind of neat too, though, because since you just had your second daughter, it's I always try to look for the connections between things. When Cece was born, I remember drawing in the, well, we went to a hospital. We're not, you guys are superhumans, and Michelle is a beast. She had the kids and the whole 9 yards, but it wasn't, you guys are, it's amazing that you had your babies at home. Truly. It's, if for anybody out there, some of you guys have kids, and to have a baby at home is like, that is seriously unbelievably brave and incredible. But we went to a hospital, old school style, it's maybe because we're closer to boomers, but we went, and I remember drawing on Buxton pads there. And I'm wondering, maybe Nikki too, when a new life comes in, and it's kind of continuing your bloodline. Sometimes I think your creativity goes like supernova. So this would be a really good time for you to sketch and draw, when you're with the kids, and just go all the way in, with that, because I think you're also feeling that. Now, when you put a baby on you, it's your child, it activates all kinds of wild subconscious things, and it is connected to the creative matrix because you're an artist and, world-class, whatever you do. So I would, for one, would love to see what you would do. I would love to see your sketches or anything that happens right now. So you're kind of in like a golden path right now, just having, Callie is your name, right?
That is correct. Yes. Callie.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's almost like if you create something now, it'll go right along Callie's growth. So when I drew the Armadox and those things, and a lot of that happened while Cece was, just came into the world. So it's kind of a fun thing to try to do because they stand as markers as well in your own life. That's the thing about making these figures for all of us. Everything we all do, they're little artifacts too, like parts of your life, So I think when you look at certain real head figures, you remember eating lunch with Maury, right? You remember, when you see that Sun Guts figure, because he's a monster. I mean, that guy's been at it for so long. He's a super talented guy. He would love to hear what you're saying about his piece, and especially if anybody knows who you are, with the talents that you have, you and Mark are similar. It's like you just secret weapons, like can literally edit anything, do anything. You can make anything look good. It's actually like useful talents. As I always tell Mark, I'm like, you have useful talents, that they're things that are like really in demand. And you, Nikki, you do that stuff so easily and so well. And Mark is very similar. You guys you're on the threshold of things, like you're paying attention to things that are happening. It's where guys like me, older guys, and little Jesse's sort of a pariah on all levels. He just is like he's his own fucking planet. But I think it would be cool if you start to sketch, and while you're near her, see what comes out, because you're talking about a pretty important creative spark that can happen. It can get supercharged when a child just comes in. It's maybe try to fuse that as you do it. I would be the first in line to see what the hell you made. And of course, anything you ever need help with, I would, always, that door is open permanently. There is no door.
You'll also have a focus group for the toys you want to make and things like that. Like Brendan, who plays guitar in Zed Star 7, he has a son, Jack, and when presented with a Night of the Slice, he looked at his dad and said, could I have something cool instead? So that's good good intel you'll be getting.
You're in Z-Star 7, you play with Siva Jack's dad?
Yeah, Siva Jack's dad, Jack is his name. It would be if Nikki, if you genuinely are coming to the show, we do have to find an opportunity for the three of us to just lay down a track very quickly. We got a lot of feedback on that Chinese voice song you did, which was deemed racially insensitive. But maybe we'll veer a little away from there and see what we can do. No animal sounds either.
Oh man, that basically eliminates 50% of what I was gonna play.
I think more
There goes
than
your bag of tricks.
96% eliminated.
I do recommend. You know what? I gotta rewatch it tonight, but I do recommend. Was that New Year's that we were together, Nikki?
I believe so.
Yeah, the New Year's music stream that Nikki and I did. It was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Jeez.
I'm not familiar.
Truly, like, one, very, very bad, but extremely hilarious. We are just cracking each other up the entire time.
Yes.
And I would say the streams recently are pretty far away from the setup and the technology and the know-how of that era. That was really that was the dawning of the musical exploration.
Fighting your footing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a pure form exercise is what that is.
Yeah.
That's like that's the early powerhouse moment. There's always you should try to go in there and take little bits and then remaster it into Chinese Voice 6.
Well, I still the Nikki's daughter saying microphone still gets a lot of play at our live shows. I have that sample always queued up. People like look around the room, they think maybe a child's gone missing or something. It's very confusing.
Amber Alert.
Yeah, exactly.
What toys have you been picking up, both of you?
Nothing for me. I'm on a fiscal fast for sure. I've been buying like used musical instruments when I see them. I also bought I guess the last toy I bought was a Lightyear figure. It's just some generic guard or something. I haven't seen the film, but it's just like it looks kind of like a speeder bike trooper. I like
the helmet hit.
Yeah. I like the look of those. So I think that was officially like the last toy I bought. We also are redoing the kitchen, so it's like not really strategically a great time to be buying action figures.
That's fair. Matt?
And Matt, what have you been picking up?
I guess the biggest point of interest has been these old strategy guides, Japanese strategy guides, the digest size ones. I've been book mini paperback, trade paperback style, obsessed for a few, probably about 3-4 months now. And I was going a little nuts for the SIC books, Super Imaginative Chigokin books from way back. I got a Gradius book that's like a strategy guide, small, compact one, Japanese. Is a really good seller on eBay that out of Japan, because I was hesitant. I lost 2 auctions back at the beginning of the pandemic there, and I kind of held off. This now with Dave FedEx everything, so it's worth it. And the guy takes good best offers.
I think to give a little background information, and I'm making a sort of educated guess here. In Japan, there is a much more vibrant sort of marketplace for strategy guides and spin-off books from Famicom games, and they are in a smaller size. I would guess so that people could pick them up on their commute and read them on the train, and so a much different sort of facing from the guides that like we got through Nintendo Power.
Big guides. These things are also loaded with it's probably giving secrets away of the things that are cool about these books. I'm sure plenty of people know about it, but they're chock full of artwork and two-dimensional artwork. And this particular, I love Gradius, old Konami game. But the craziest part about this book is that when you look at the classic artwork, the poster level artwork, that they would do for all these games, you get the sort of original version of it. But what a lot of these books would do is that they would either, I don't think they're getting the same person, but they have somebody that's aping that airbrushed, amazing, like Yes album cover style, and they pull it right through the whole book. That's what I look for in particular. I just want to see lots of artwork, and I love the layouts. I mean, this was all the old school way. But the craziest thing about this book, and Mark picked this up because it was so meticulously well done that I didn't even notice it. Granted, my vision is worse than ever, but they drew each level. All the screens across the top of the guidebook are hand drawn. So you look at it at first, it's just 8-bit, just screenshots, and you realize they weren't doing screenshots like that back then. And then I look closer, and then Mark's like, that's drawn. That's a drawing. And this person drew every frame, every screen for this entirety of this game. So, and then it's coupled with these robust illustrations that are just totally amazing. And the book's seen a little bit of wear, but it's in good shape. And I got it for a good price, but I love that style book. So I picked up a few of those. And then the other, since it's the summer, which this is kind of a half fun tangent, coming up here to Gloucester and growing up here in the summers, and and now that with the other generation, they're all gone now. So it's just Michelle and I and Megan, my sister, and our kids. We've inherited the place as my father inherited as his father has. So my children are the 5th generation here in Gloucester. So we grow up playing on these rocks, seeing the animals, seeing whales, or if you're lucky, sometimes you see a seal. And if you look across the bay, this particular location, you can go see all the way up into Maine. It's really far out, but see all these cool things. And at night, the star field is insane. I would without hesitation call it my favorite place in the world. And it's also the last place in the family that hasn't been sold or moved and that kind of thing. We all grow up, people move and all this thing. So this has been in the family for all these generations. But one of the things that I loved about coming up here is I used to find these comic books that my uncle would leave up here. And they were always, I had a great aunt that my, Katie's middle name is named after. Jane is a family name. And he would get these comics that were cast offs. They would cut the label off. He's given to my uncle because he was like, younger, 12 years younger than my father. So anyways, I inherited his, shitty comic collection. And so I always connected this place with reading pulp comics and Tarzan and things like that, and Edgar Rice Burroughs and Howard books, Conan. And so what I started doing is I started over these last, 5 years, buying the trade paperback, like Marvel Conan books or finding old Tarzan books that are illustrated, so you have like, I think Kubrick did some of the old Tarzan ones. And then you got Barry Windsor Smith, who did all of these early Conan before he was Windsor, and they are just, I love just go out on the porch or out into the rocks. And I just take this beat up, shitty old digest book and I read it with the sunlight as the sun's beating down on you, you hear the water and you almost like you feel like you're in this Hyborian age, just if you don't look at the other things, you feel the granite under your feet, you have no shoes on. And you're reading this book about these, well-hewn, Sumerians beating, fucking monsters from another dimension, while he's jumping through the jungle, or then watching Tarzan fight like ancient, sort of almost Egyptian or Lilliputian.
All characters that wear shorts year round. Also.
That's right. See,
important to note.
Although I do prefer a shirt. But that's for things that I've been into, especially over these last years. Katie's heading towards, this next year will be her last year home before college happens. So I've been just enjoying sort of sitting out here reading these books and then coming in and drawing for like 3-4 hours, you know, and then sculpting a little bit, then going back out, go down, run around the rocks, come back up. Katie's full on one of us, you know, like she draws, she's making music. So sometimes I gave her a Dr. Strange, you know, 1970s trade paperback, like used one. I was like, she loves Dr. Strange is like her shit. She just loves it. It just hit a note for her. And I love the Multiverse of Madness. I know, Jesse, you were surprised that you liked it too.
I loved it.
Yeah. And it was everything I like about just free, fun, creative, almost felt like Beastmaster, you know, like some completely ape shit Sam Raimi movie. And Katie she already loved Marvel stuff, but she fell in love with that movie. And so I was like, well, I got to show her the comics. I got to get her the original shit. So she was reading it. She's like, wow, these layouts are so like crazy. She's like, this is almost hard to read. She's like, I love it. You know, so she's been looking at that, and I saw it immediately influence her art, you know, and like immediately influence how she was approaching things. But that's kind of, I will always love toys, and as I get older, I don't collect as much shit. I love to look at it. So I used to like to go to Target, and especially Toys R Us, and just spend an hour just like we've all talked about, going through every aisle, you know, every single aisle, girls aisle, boys aisle, all that shit. I mean, eventually they'll just mish it all together, you know, like it probably should be. But it's, you know, you can't do that the same. It's just not the same as it was. But we, you know, in lieu of that, I just sort of fallen back on these, I guess, childhood heavy interests, which were those things, you know, like reading comics, drawing at an old wooden table, you know, always have a Glaus figure in my pocket and always paying attention to things, always. But as you get older, I guess it's a little bit different, you know. It's not that you don't like this stuff. I like it just as much as I ever did, all of it. I just don't have the same, I'm not pushed to, you know, I don't have the impulse to make piles of, you know, cardboard boxes that are filled with more and more stuff. And I was also lucky during the pandemic, because John Kent would send me crazy boxes. He was really like revamping his collection, John Kent, the Toyfinity fame. And he went like hardcore into completing some old Henshin Cyborg stuff, some micro stuff, some I call him an omnivore. He's a person who can collect 9 different lines at once simultaneously. I'm a guy that cycles. I cycle through. I'm like kind of I like Star Wars for a couple months. Then I see an auction for something else, and I'm into SIC. Then I'm into Ishinomori stuff. Then I'm into Ultraman for 2 months, and I always cycle back. John and those kinds of guys they are collecting everything at once all the time. So they would go into a flea market or an old toy shop, and they would walk out of there with, you know, a dozen different things, because they have a checklist literally that they're doing. I would go in there, and maybe 1 month I'll see one thing, and I have to have that. And then, you know, I'll see this something else I like, you know, 2 cases down, but I don't want to get it. Then like 3-4 months later, I'll come back and I'll want the thing that I didn't really give a shit about 4 months earlier, you know. So I cycle through it like that. I don't like to be too rigid about what I'm collecting, you know. And now this is, of course, tangent enough to collecting philosophies, but, you know, but that's, I'm not heavy into completing things, but I totally understand and I respect guys that can do it. I mean, at this age, a lot of guys I know are just, they're hitting as hardcore as you can hit. Like Jesse Moore, who will be resurfacing again, you know, with some Colgrim stuff that we've been working on. But he built a museum in his t-shirt shop that it rivals what I saw at Mel Burkrant's house, who lives in Beacon, actually. And it rivals anything I saw at Mandarake, anything I saw anywhere ever at Toy Cats. Jesse's setup is so unbelievable now. Spans about 5 rooms, and it is just I can't stress enough how shocking, how insane it looks, because it's a person who's an artist, who's passionate about everything, who's, you know, one of the best guys that ever has been around. And then he took the time to do this. So he's just been quietly building a literal toy museum. So if you go in there, you'll go into a room where he has set up every Kenner, you know, play set from Star Wars, with every figure in an optimal condition, all set up like, you know, Land of the Jawas, like Droid Factory, and AT-AT, like all of that era, all across one wall. And then you go into another room, and it's like he's got the Hive from Sectars. You know, then you look across, and it's all Microman. Oh, there's all Fisher Price. It's so, you know, it sounds like an exaggeration, but John Kent went and saw it, and John, you know, that's like an old sailor, like an old warlord who's like seen fucking Moby Dick, you know, yeah, butt fuck a blimp. You know, he nothing can surprise him. And he went in there and he was like, "You've done it." He said to Jesse, like, "You've done it." You know, and John's like, "You've done it. You've created the ultimate toy collection. There's no reason for anyone to do anything else again." You know, and our buddy Simon Long, who is one of the top level Japanese box transformer collectors, that maybe probably in the world, if not the States, who's a hyper intellectual, amazing guy. He was with us, and he said the same thing. He's like, "This place is just insane." He's like, "This place this is it. I don't know what else is missing." You know, he's got 2 flags, you know, like all with, you know, Sky Strikers on them. And
Simon and John, directly after that, sad to report, they walked into the ocean. They filled their pockets full of rocks, and they haven't been seen since.
I watched them walk into the ocean while I read the Conan, you know, volume 1. You know, but it really, speaking about toy collecting in general, because it's ever present. Obviously, we sell toys, so I'm not gonna espouse not collecting shit, you know, but it's just the truth. You got to make it count now. But to see where people go when they get older, I mean, Jesse's over 50 now, and to see where he went, I mean, I've known him since the 90s, you know, and to see what he created with his kids, you know, and now one of his sons is working with him, and then seeing what Simon's got set up, you know, which is nuts, and seeing what John has got set up. It's just, these guys it's more than just obsessive compulsive behaviors. There is a creative mechanism to it, you know, and I think it's hard for people to understand sometimes, because there is an OCD component to it, but it's also an expression. It is an expression. And
it's a curation.
It is. You're curating nostalgia, but you're also curating some weird new experience with something old. That's the funny thing about nostalgia. I think the definition of it almost needs to be amended when you're talking about these sort of, you know, multi-decade pursuits. It's not quite the same as just saying, you know, "Oh, that's cool that He-Man came out again at Target. You know, I'm going to get, you know, Trapjaw for the 18th time." There's something else that's going on too, that maybe it's a psychological situation that's never existed before, because there was never a group like us. I mean, Michelle's father collects baseball cards, but it's finite. You know, it's not, he likes, like, I'm like, "Boss, why do you like the Mickey Mantle 52? You know?" And he's like, "I like the way it looks. I like the way that the card is, you know, set up, the centering. I like the little drawings on the back. But more than anything, he likes the value of it. It's the value of the card that really sings." So he went on,
by today's market, it's worth over $26 US. Can you believe that? Hot item.
You just can't believe what these guys, it becomes something different. So guys that grew up, boomers that grew up collecting that stuff, they don't see it the same way we see. They didn't have the Mickey Mantle cartoon in the morning. You know, they didn't have that. They had, "Oh, it's a Mickey Mantle card. You got it. It's cool. He's a great hitter." And if you sucked at baseball, your card was shit. So then years pass, and then that to me is nostalgia. Him wanting that card is nostalgia. And by definition, it's not tied to a whole lot more than just him being on his bike and getting a pack of cards, you know, with a BB gun on his back, you know, in fucking public libraries. Now with us, it's, I remember, my mom bringing me a stormtrooper after going out on a date or something, and with my dad, and leaving a stormtrooper and a Boba Fett. They got at Sears on the corner of a bed in 1978, it was 79. And so I'm like, okay, that could be nostalgia. But then I'm playing with it. And now I'm playing with G.I. Joes. Now Storm Shadows, he's leading the stormtroopers, and now they're fighting against this group. And then, I have Guts figures. Now there's Battle Beasts, and there's this. And all of a sudden you're into the late 80s, and you're like hiding toys in your fucking pockets, while you're eyeballing, girls in the lunchroom. It's like, there's something else that's connected to it because the physicality of the tactile response of the toy itself. So when we ended up making toys, it's not an unintentional thing that when you feel a Glyos figure, or the specific mix of plastic or the type of colors that they are evocative of those experiences that happened before. But now here we are in this new, sort of expanse. And I don't know if that's nostalgia by nature. I don't, Jesse, you talk a lot about, doing the classic, paying tribute or paying homage to something. And there's a certain way to do it that's creative, and there's a certain way to do it that might secure you more money. I mean, you could have done over the plate things many times, and you've done better financially. And then other guys have done it and they've had great success, but sometimes they don't feel fulfilled, and other people do it in the middle. And we've done everything. We've done directly over the plate tributes. We've done things that are referencing something. We've done all that shit, and I just wanted to do it. So sometimes you could say, like, we did that TMNT wave of Novatos. It doesn't get more over the plate than what we did there. That was as over the plate as maybe we've ever gone. And it was fun to do, and I remember when Ralph did the drawings for some of these things, and we were talking about that. Then we were even referencing, like, we put a Wolverine in one of the, the later ones, and we kind of like did a, follow-up type thing. And we did like the hand and all that shit. Is it nostalgia? I don't know if it's easy as that. I don't know if it's as easy as saying this is like my father playing with a baseball card or buying a Lone Ranger album. This is something that's so hardwired in us, and I don't think it exists after us. It's over. My kids aren't like this. Katie, like, creatively is like us, but they're not like us. We were some sort of experiment,
Yeah, it's really, it's really like 1980 to 1999. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
That was the great commercialization.
That's it. Absolutely. And TMNT, I mean, Mark's his true sort of magnetic pull is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Dungeons and Dragons from Marcus. We was just out here last night. We were working on, some new bit figs, and the themes that are happening there are, again, you could argue that it's nostalgic, but it's almost like a continuation of something. It's like a game of telephone, a creative game of telephone. And by the time you get to the last person, you can't even really recognize that the whole time you were just trying to, make bebop. It's not as simple as that. And I think as we progress with this, and I'm feeling a little bit, like I'm reviewing these things as we're getting to 15 years and thinking about, well, how much longer do we do this? Well, as long as we want to and feel like you want to. If it's simply just to make money, as everybody knows, this isn't the game to be in. It's not going to happen like that. You get groups that are powerhouses like the Horsemen. You have a team, you have something that is, it resonates with people. And the Eric and the team put their spin on it. I wouldn't call it nostalgic, though. It's not as easy as that. It is more of a evolution of somebody's work, and we kind of look at that like anybody who's doing some sort of master work in their life or whatever. It's not recognized as that as it's happening, but maybe in retrospect. But I think about the guys that you've worked with, Jesse, and in all of those years that you were working, sort of underneath guys, you know, and all your time spent with Falcon and the times you spent down at Jazzwares and all of these, all the minutia that you had to pay attention to, and what that continued to filter down the pike, you know, all the way down. And all of a sudden you and Nikki are making your own figures. You know, you guys have a line, and we've watched this sort of like meteoric rise. And then it's, I think people should also understand, and especially your fan base, it's not just about, you know, dollars and cents. You know, there's ways that you could do this that could continue to perpetuate this sort of quote unquote successful push. You know, you could make choices that are more surefire things. When you do things that are fucking weird, you are running a risk. But that's exactly what the people that inspired us did. You know, everybody thinks I think something. No, I shouldn't say that. I think there's tons of intelligent people out there. But when they look at He-Man, or they look at G.I. Joe, or they look at Transformers, they look at these things and they're like, oh, well, they were, you know, that's a surefire hit, man. You know, that, you know, they had TV, they had all the shit. They had no fucking idea if that was going to work or not. I mean, for everyone that worked, 20 didn't. You know, it's and then you get companies like Nacelle picking up the pieces of things that didn't, you know, weren't hyper successful, but there's 20 years of guys that know what it is. And after that, no one gives a shit what it is, you know, and that's sort of the rub. So we're all able to survive because we have a captive audience of like-minded people, but they're definitely not the normal toy collectors. There's not, at least in my experience, it's not just like I collect, you know, I go to Target and I buy my Joes and my 6-inch Star Wars and my stuff and my Transformers. And I also buy, you know, Knights of the Slice and I buy, you know, Glyos or whatever. There's a little cross section of that, but that's why we're always sort of in this, like, are in our own lane, all of us, because we are truly, I think in a lot of ways, the actual inheritors of that creative mindset. We are doing things that are not with the net. We do not have a net. We are not relying on something that has existed before. We are just moving forward. And sometimes because it's a personal endeavor, we fuck up. You know, we don't want to do it. You know, we feel bad, or we read something, or we feel shitty, or we have a sale. We thought it was going to be good. Doesn't do as good. Or we have a sale that went way bigger than we thought it did. We don't have enough shit, and you can't get that bus again. So somehow you begin to age, and you're like a soldier in the toy trench, and your mindset changes. You know, it does, and your proclivities change, and all of these things start to push you in another direction. And I think it's kind of an interesting time because we're all getting older. Times are tight. But I do still see very creative things coming out of people, especially with the people we work with, you know, and that makes me feel good more than anything else, because it feels like there's a future. You know, if you feel like there's no future, then it makes the present pretty hard. And you don't want to sit with your leg in the past all the time, but you have to learn from that. So, and if we take it all the way back around to kids or not having kids, you don't have to have kids to be a complete person. But what having a kid does is I think it fast tracks who it is that you are in your core. So if you're in your core a certain kind of person, having a kid is gonna sort of exacerbate whatever that is. So if you're a kind of a selfish person and you have a kid, you might find that it's much harder to exist now that you have a kid. And my philosophy is, if you have a kid, you live for your kid. You don't lose who you are. But if you're going to have one, you may as well pay attention to that life form. You know, if you don't, why did you do it? You know, and especially with what's happening in the world today with, you know, I live in a household of 3, you know, women. I was raised in a household with 2. You know, all the whole thing going on with the Supreme Court, you see, you know, how important it is to pay attention, keep your grounding, be good to the people that you're with, particularly women. You know, we have a very male dominated collecting society, you know, and that's a political quagmire, but suffice to say, I don't agree with what has happened, and I don't like seeing what's happening to the people around me because this bullshit's occurred. And it's tough because you never know who's going to say what or do what. All I know is the one thing I can say that's always the winning factor is freedom is more important than anything. And that's whether you collect, whether you do what you want to do with your body, who you want to be friends with, where you want to live, what you want to do. Freedom is the most important thing, period. Right. So that's also part of what we are doing here. We are a free market making these collectibles. Nikki's talking about wanting to get into the game again, making things. Jesse, you and I have had many discussions about all the things that have changed or shaped you in the past, 7 years. And I know what you're, as I always call you, the survivor man. You're a survivor. So you're going to creatively change. This might not just be about toys in another couple years. And that can't scare people. It shouldn't. You'll always be a viable, hyper creative person, even if you're fucking making cardboard origami, on the side of the road. That's inside you. So I think part of why we all connect with this too is because I feel like we are genuinely creative people, so doing this, making toys, drawing, making cards, making music. It might not be the coolest, most tightest, highest level craftsmanship all the time. We try to do it good. We're not trying to do things shitty, but we have limits as people, and so that's a kind of a beautiful thing. That's what having kids is. That's what having long-term friendships is. That's what's having a business that's your own. That's what sharing this stuff is. That's beyond nostalgia, beyond futurism. That is now, that piece of it is now. And I like to think that's why I like talking to you fuckers. And that's why we're going to hang out a couple weeks and we're going to keep trying to make toys and keep trying to make weird shit. Not going to just come out with something every time that's over the plate. We never try to do that. You don't do it. Nikki doesn't do it. Mark wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. Pat wouldn't do that. Brandon wouldn't do that. None of the guys would do that. Rocom wouldn't do that. They don't want to do that. They're doing what's in their heart. I can attest to that because I work with about 15 different makers, and they all feel like we all feel. The people listening to this, the people talking, we all feel the same way. This isn't a smoke show. This is not a bullshit, fucking festival. This is people trying to make shit. And now it is seriously harder than ever to make shit in China. As we know, this year has wrought even more hell upon that passage of trying to get stuff done. And it's not like they're trying to fuck you over there. They're not. Chinese factories don't want to stop making stuff. That's the world we're living in. So it makes me psyched that I was really happy with the card slicers thing. And for people out there that don't fully know, I mean, Jesse and I talked about us doing a card for it, and we got hit with COVID here, and it flattened the girls and I, all of us, Michelle, Katie, Cece, and we just went into lockdown. We had our first outing with extended family. Boom. First time we did it, we got that new variant of COVID, and it crushed us. So I couldn't complete the work that I was working on for Jess. Now, that doesn't mean that card won't happen, but what we did, I did get kind of body slammed, and
it was par for the course for this year.
It really was. It was, and it sucked because I'm pretty tough, and this fucked me up. But I tried to look at it as a lesson, I'm like, man, imagine what it was doing 2 years ago. We were seeing on TV, and it just, some people, my family doesn't really get the flu on my mother's side, and I've never really had it. And I've had other things. I've had bronchitis, I've had pneumonia, all that shit as I've gotten older. But this, I felt like I got, Ronnie Garvin stomped, like every part of me, and my lungs were filled with shit. My kids we were all puking, I wasn't puking, but the girls were throwing up. It felt like when the kids were young and they got the neuroviruses from school, and all four of us would be puking into the bathtub like horses at a trough, just barfing and laughing completely out of our minds. So it was a nice, good, solid, good old fashioned ass kicking. And I, I felt bad because I And I have that drawing like, 80% done, but being a, spaz that I am, I don't like to show shit before it's time. And you were cool with everything. I knew you were, I knew you were bummed, but I knew you were more concerned about if we were going to fucking die or not, as you are, you're a good man. But maybe, I really like that you did the cards, in no blowing smoke up your ass. It was a cool thing. It was a fun thing to do, even though I couldn't get the damn thing open. I ripped it back to that with that J hook on the back of that fucking card pack. But it was creative. It was cool. Nobby Wood is another massive find of yours, and he's his own artist in his own right. He's an amazing artist. You know how to pick him, and for everybody who did, who were a part of that card campaign, I can say I have one of the sample card packs, and I know it's going to be tweaked, but it's awesome. I mean, I don't play fucking card games, and Mark gives me shit because he is a card nut. One of my close friends is Phil Reed, who is like he's a literal genius and a card god. He's runs Steve Jackson Games. He's been trying to get us to do a card game forever. I'm just not smart enough to play those games. It doesn't resonate with me, but I love the art.
Not smart enough? Card Slicers is for you, my friend.
There's your tagline. Maybe that's why I like it.
That's probably a good place to put a pin in it. I do want to back up and just address something Supreme Court wise. If you're unhappy, I would definitely suggest voting, right? Wait, what's that? We don't vote for them? Oh, I'm being told we don't vote for the Supreme Court. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. Any final non-political parting thoughts, Nikki Fung?
I'm excited to potentially get back on the horse, and I'm excited to see a lot of fans in person. I did see a few people, some Not to the Size fans at 5 Points, which was exciting. I talked about that a little bit, like Mark Ultra, Dick Jones, and I'm just excited to see a lot of people like you, Matt, Jesse Moore, and I just feel like that. I of course Doughty has words of wisdom. Don't want to interrupt that, but speaking of nostalgia, like the whole time Matt was speaking, it just made me sound. It sounded like there's a lot of parallels to what nostalgia is, or at least trying to describe what nostalgia is, to like love, because like love is so unique and it varies by person to person, and it varies between relationships, and it varies between whether it's family, you can have love for certain things, non-living things, but the way that you love toys is different with other people, or like when you grew up with finding a toy in a storm drain, that same figure I could have owned, but my story is much different, and the love, and it's funny because it's like we talk about kids and we talk about how that having family and that breeds creativity. There's so much that happens, and even though Daisy is only 3, so much has happened in her upbringing regarding toys that just like I look at toys differently, just from like getting down to her level and like walking, say, 5 Points the show floor.
She loves the Buzz Lightyear.
She loves Buzz Lightyear, and just like the